Welcome to track 2 of WordCamp Rochester 2020. Our first session is the future of WordPress with Francesca Marano. And before I introduce Francesca, I'd like to remind you that we have 2 tracks of sessions today. Track 1 is geared more towards the WordPress novice, although there's some interesting talks for users of all levels in this track. And track 2, where you are right now, is geared more towards developers or those who want to attend sessions on getting more involved in the WordPress community, and business owners who want to learn more about building their customer base. So if any of those describe you, take a look at the sessions in this track as well. And there is also a happiness bar. If you don't know what that is, think of it as a friendly place to ask any question you might have regarding WordPress, ask for help on an issue or on your website, ask for feedback on a website, or just hang out in there and see if you're able to help other people with their questions. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year. We'd like to specifically thank Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, a Liquid web brand, Jetpack, WooCommerce, Ionos, WP Engine, and Yoast. Be sure to check out the sponsor rooms. Some of them have some swag, so you want to get in on that. And this year, we created a document for you to capture all your notes, the names and contact information of people you meet, and it even has links to the sessions and sponsor rooms, and you can find that on our site. You can find links to the sponsor room and happiness bar on the website too. So let's get our session going by introducing Francesca. Francesca Marano is the WordPress Community and Partnerships Manager at SiteGround, one of the largest independent web hosting companies where the quality of service stands above it all. Francesca is the WordPress core team lead at Yoast, where they believe SEO is for everyone. She's an accomplished educator, community leader, and public speaker. And surprise, that's what she's doing today. Francesca co-led the release of WordPress.org 5.3 and 5.4, and she is now serving as the core team global representative and mentoring other women looking to get involved in making WordPress. So let's welcome Francesca.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Are you ready to talk about the future of WordPress with me? I hope you are, because we really have a packed session. So let's start. I always have trouble starting my slides, but it happens. So my name is Francesca Marano. As Megan said, I previously worked at SiteGround, but from October 1st, I joined Yoast as the WordPress core team lead. At Yoast, we believe SEO is for everyone, and we believe in giving back to WordPress project because it's the project we live in every day. So between 2019 and 2020, I had the immense honor to co-lead 2 major WordPress releases, WordPress 5.3 and 5.4, with the role of release coordinator. I have been contributing to WordPress since 2015, first to Polyglots and then Community, but this specific experience allowed me to observe the process more closely. It's impossible to keep track of all the moving parts because there's a lot of them, but it was interesting to see how things actually happen, how changes get introduced, championed, and hopefully move forward to land into a release. So first of all, let's see who and what are the driving forces behind the changes happening in WordPress, which as of October 2020 powers 38.5% of the web. So these are huge numbers, and every change is made with this in mind. So we have the companies in the business ecosystem, which is worth more than $10 billion, as reported by Matt Mullenweg, WordPress co-founder and project lead, at the end of 2019. Plugin companies like Yoast fall into this category, and so do hosting companies, theme developers, agencies, software as a service companies, etc. Then we have the community. Anyone who uses WordPress and cares deeply about different sides of it, or all of it, so much that they decide to give back to the project with some form of contribution. It may be a bug report, a test, it could be a translation. It definitely is organizing WordCamps, which are awesome, or giving talks to increase everyone's knowledge. Sometimes this overlaps with companies, but not necessarily. There are tons of independent professional and end users involved as volunteers that give their time to make WordPress for everyone. And finally, the wish to modernize. So, WordPress is 17 years old. In May, it will be 18. The World Wide Web is 31, and PHP turned 25 last summer. So that's a lot of years. That's kind of ancient technology. And the web industry is now changing at an incredible pace, with new technologies becoming available and affordable very quickly. So to keep up with those changes, the project must change and evolve constantly. These things, together with the competition from site builders like Squarespace and Wix, and the opportunities in untapped areas like millions of small businesses without a website, were amongst the reasons behind the introduction of the block editor, codename Gutenberg, as explained by Matt himself in one of the early posts about the project. So in his words, WordPress' next big thing, the thing that helps us all deal with our challenges and opportunities, the thing that changes the world. So no pressure there for the Guten team. These changes are then translated into releases. For the next year and a bit, there are 5 releases planned. Next one, WordPress 5.6, is happening in December. For years, WordPress had a somehow predictable schedule with an average of 3 releases per year. Then it took a little bit over a year to push 5.0 through, and then contributors felt uncertain around the timeline. Having a predictable release schedule is very important. It allows everyone to plan ahead, and not only companies and website owners, but also contributors that are working on the project can see in advance how this will fit into the work and life schedule. So I would like to highlight some changes that happened in the past few months or are planned for the near future. Features that have an interesting, and by focusing on features that have an interesting story behind it, how they came to be, and what is their impact in the whole ecosystem. So changes might be championed by different stakeholders, but the ultimate goal is always to improve some of the most important things in the web landscape today. So for example, auto updates are important for security. Outdated versions of plugins, themes, and WordPress core are potentially vulnerable and can be used to hack your website. And security is important for every website, and no matter its size and visibility. Auto updating will help website owners to keep everything up to date and reduce the surface of hacking attacks. But everything that has to do with auto updates is tricky territory. Lots of people quote Facebook and online services where you have no clue which version you're using, which is really not a great comparison because those are software as a service application. WordPress, we're talking about auto updating a self-hosted application that might have been heavily customized over the years. So in the previous release, 5.5, the first iteration of plugin and theme auto updates was introduced. Personally, I think it doesn't have the easiest discoverability. I feel that it needs more design feedback to help user find it and make the right choice if they want to auto update or not, but work on this is ongoing. The ability to auto update has actually been there for 7 years, but at the time, WordPress 3.7, only minor releases, auto updates were turned on by default, and we all got used to it. 5.6 will add the user interface to opt in also for WordPress core major releases. So basically behind the minors, all the others are disabled by default and are opt-in. I understand the fear. But at the same time, as a former employee of SiteGround, a managed hosting company with hundreds of thousands of WordPress installations on their servers, I'm here to tell you that it can be done. Plugins are pretty straightforward. Managed hosting have been doing this for ages. Themes are trickier because despite the existence of child themes, a lot of people don't really use them properly and put their custom code into the themes files. I am a big supporter of this feature. I think that the less time we spend in tasks that can be safely automated, the more time we have to spend on meaningful and profitable work. My concern about this feature is the lack of tests that managed hosting companies have been doing for years. For example, they will back up your website before they do the auto updates. They will probably let you pick in which time frame you want this to happen, and if something goes wrong, they will roll you back to the previous version of WordPress. So none of this is part of the WordPress core workflow right now. So for now, I would encourage everyone to test this feature extensively on staging and development sites before opting for them in production. But I'm sure you're already doing this for every change in your website, right? I striked through this feature because support for PHP 5.6 was supposed to be dropped in the next release of WordPress. It was dropped by PHP itself at the end of 2018, and many felt it was time to drop it also on our side. But the numbers tell a different story. So WordPress is famous for its commitment to backward compatibility. And over 10% of all the WordPress websites are still on PHP 5.6. So what do you pick in this case? Modernization or safety? In the end, the safer solution for the users was picked. So support for PHP 5.6 won't be dropped in the next 2 months. There is a proposal for a multi-year plan for dropping old PHP version without causing too much trouble for outdated websites. If you're not familiar with it, in your WP admin dashboard, you'll see a widget called Site Health, and it has very useful information that can help you start the process of updating. Educating users is definitely more time consuming, but will empower everyone to feel that they're in control of their website. And that's not a bad thing, if you ask me. So after security, speed might be one of the most important factors to take care on when you work on your website. So speed matters a lot to every stakeholder. According to Think with Google, a website by Google dedicated to mobile technology, 53% of mobile website visitors will leave the web page, will leave your website if the page doesn't load in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, they're gone. So a faster, more secure web is a shared interest of search engines, hosting companies, e-commerces. Basically, everyone is rooting for any feature that will improve loading time. 5.5 introduced the native lazy loading of images in browsers which support it for now. So this feature became a web standard at the beginning of 2020, and WordPress basically adopted it as soon as possible, basically with the first available release after it was declared a web standard. This feature saves bandwidth by loading images only when you reach them in the website page you're visiting instead of loading all the images, even if you won't reach the end of the page. 5.6 will fully support PHP 8, which, amongst many other things, includes continuous performance improvements like JIT, just-in-time compilation. In the everyday life of a website owner, this will probably not bring a noticeable difference, but it will be very beneficial for PHP run on servers that do heavy computation. Think machine learning, for example. And let's talk about web fonts, a common source of performance issues. There are 2 new features, one still at the proposal stage, and incidentally by 2 Yoasters, so go team. The first one is the themes team. has introduced a package to allow the local hosting of web font files. This will increase the speed and also address privacy and tracking concern. Following this change, there is a proposal to add an API to embed web fonts to WordPress core that should also improve speed and will be definitely more privacy friendly since loading of third-party resources is not. 3 of these changes are definitely developer oriented, but ultimately every WordPress user will enjoy them, even if they don't understand exactly what's going on. And that includes me to some extent. I can grasp the idea behind it but have no desire to dive into it further, but I'm very happy to know that WordPress contributors and they're working on making my website and any website more fast in its loading. And every new version of WordPress comes with accessibility improvements, and 5.6 won't be different. These changes are driven partly by businesses and in large part by the community. Accessibility is often an afterthought, and it was the same for WordPress. But for the past few years, the project has been working to improve the situation. Accessibility compliance is not only required by law, which should be motive enough to get you to invest in it, also by contributing, hopefully. But if I was to be a bit cynical, I would say it's also good for business. The more people can access your website, the more you can interest them into signing up for your courses, services, or sell your product. The WP Campus Gutenberg Accessibility Report from last year continues to help guide accessibility improvements. The report from Tenon, the company that won the proposal bid, highlighted a number of issues and basically found that, and I'm reading with you on the screen, Gutenberg has significant and pervasive accessibility problems, severe in nature. Organizations which have high-risk profile should consult a legal counsel before using it and may want to choose to use the legacy editor instead. So basically install the classic editor plugin. The good news is, of the 84 issues reported, the majority have been fixed. But there is a but, and it's a big one. New accessibility issues are introduced with each new feature, and this is less than ideal, as you can imagine. And fresh off the press, there is also the decision by the W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, to not use WordPress anymore for their blog because, and I quote, the delivery of accessible HTML and CSS pages that meet user needs is the most important part of this project. So yes, the W3C is prioritizing accessibility over picking an open source CMS because the other two that are being taken into consideration are not fully open source. But as Joe Dolson, a prolific contributor and a leading consultant in the accessibility world said, open source was never a hard requirement, but a preference. If accessibility and other concerns that were raised during the audit of these 3 CMSs are more important, then probably, surely, we, as the WordPress project, need to take a deep look inside our practices, not the W3C. So, up until now, we saw features that more or less were based on input from the business ecosystem and the community, and that either already happened or are in motion. But what will happen after December and WordPress 5.6? First of all, let me clarify, active development of WordPress never stops. Every day people work on hundreds of tickets and keep thinking about how to make it better. So the project is not only working on the things that I'm about to mention. If you go to wordpress.org/roadmap, you will see a very high-level roadmap with the direction the software is headed to. I don't think it will come as a surprise to see that blocks are the main focus for the next couple of years, and they have been since 2017. So the rollout plan is made of 4 stages. I called it those are the Gutenberg phases, but basically they are the WordPress phases. The goal of phase 1 was to introduce the block editor, which was merged in WordPress 5.0, and keeps moving forward as a plugin. So multiple versions of the plugin get merged into each WordPress major release. I seem to remember that in 5.5, 10 versions of the plugin were merged into WordPress by introducing new features in what we call the block editor. The goal of phase 2, full site editing, is to utilize the power of the Gutenberg block model in an editing beyond post and page. In other words, the idea is to make the entire website customizable. So from this point on, everything you see on a page is a block. A user will be able to edit their header, footer, add a new menu, modify widgets, create page templates, just to name a few. The initial proof of concept was presented in September 2019 by Matthias Ventura, who's one of the leading engineers of the Gutenberg team. I added links to my presentation, so don't worry, everything is available for you to check out. So now I have become a major Gutenberg fangirl. When I first tried it before 5.0, I really didn't like it. It felt weird. It felt buggy. It felt not ready. So what a difference 2 years make. Now I cannot imagine writing in the classic editor. But as much as I'm thrilled to see how it is evolving, I do have some concerns about full site editing. The first one is about the timeline. Full site editing is being developed very quickly. It was supposed to be ready for WordPress 5.6, but it won't be. Instead, a public beta will be available in the Gutenberg plugin. As of today, I don't know what it will look like, but I invite you to keep an eye on the WordPress core blog because a post will be published in the next few days to clarify this. Another concern is the future of WordPress themes shops. So to me, it looks like full site editing is both a blessing and a blocker. It's a blessing because it will allow everyone to fully leverage the opportunities offered by blocks. Theme developers will be able to play with modern HTML and JavaScript, and at the same time, if they will play their cards right, also in terms of marketing, they will be able to attract customers with this shiny new toys. A quick look at any forum or Facebook group focused on WordPress tells me that one thing users with no developer skills struggle with is changing things like colors, fonts, elements, positions, and most importantly, layout. So theme shops will be able to offer these features more easily and make it part of their selling proposition. I really don't think that having more customization options available to end users will put theme developers or web designers out of work. Dragging and dropping items does not make you a web developer or a designer. Otherwise, there wouldn't be agency offering Shopify and Squarespace customization services. At the same time, there is a lot to learn. And I mean a lot, because full site editing is really changing everything, also in terms of how to actually develop a theme. So right now, there are very few themes that are marked as block ready in the WordPress.org theme directory. And I actually have no clue about third-party theme directories. So let's assume full site editing will be ready to go in WordPress 5.7. It's still less than a year away, and are developers getting ready? I really hope so. And the biggest question for me was, what will happen to old non-block supporting themes when full site editing will be introduced? So according to a super interesting Q&A I watched on the Gutenberg Times, the full page editing won't make all the previous features obsolete, but bring it all into a single user interface so the site owner, blogger, the end user don't need to learn all about the various pieces and just update their content where they want to, which is great, but it still didn't answer my concern. So I reached out directly to the source, to Riyad Benguela, one of the leading engineers in the Guten team, and he told me that full site editing will be enabled only when a theme supporting it is being used. So if a theme is not ready, They'll just work like today. And that was a major relief for me, and I hope it is also for you. Compared to how Gutenberg was communicated, I think full site editing is really a step forward. Development still happens in GitHub, but there are a number of places where you follow how the project is evolving. So if you want to stay in the loop, these are my favorite resources. The Gutenberg Times, curated news and community voices about the WordPress blog editor by Birgit Pauli-Hack. There is a weekly newsletter, frequent Q&A session, podcast, whatever you need to know about Gutenberg. The full site editing course by Carolina Nymark, one of the theme team leading contributors. If you have to create a block-based theme or transition an old one, this is excellent. It's free, but if you use it, I urge you to sponsor it. And I thought I was, and I think I was, but the horror, I checked it back yesterday and I realized I wasn't. So I set up a sponsorship right away because I believe she's doing important, high impact, amazing work, not because I need this course. And finally, follow the blogs from the different teams involved in making WordPress and involved in making Gutenberg and full site editing. If you go to make.wordpress.org, you'll find all the teams that are involved. Core, design, accessibility, and themes are the one heavily involved in all things Gutenberg. And by the way, the core blog is super active. There are like, 5 posts a day. But if you want to follow only one blog, even if you're not a developer, this is the one to follow to stay in the loop with everything WordPress. And I encourage you to leave comments because this is the only way to get feedback from as many different WordPress users and makers as possible. So in addition to what we have talked about so far, there are a number of features that are not being worked yet or are in a very initial planning stage, but are incredibly exciting and promising. As the founder of a multi-author blog, I am really looking forward to collaboration features. So as Matt Mullenweg put it during 2019 State of the Word, I'm quoting, "Phase 3 is where we take everything that you see in Gutenberg and make it so that you can real-time co-edit with anyone else who's editing the same thing as you are." So collaboration will allow multiple people to access content at the same time without having to take over someone who is working on it right now. So if your stuff is made by more than one person publishing on your website, you know the pain of having to take over each other or wait for the other person to be done, then go in, make some changes, then tell people that you made the changes, then go in again, etc. So this feature will help you streamline your editorial workflow in a way that will be similar to Google Documents. And finally, phase 4 is a major, much awaited change in WordPress, but right now there isn't really anything concrete to show. My wish is for Core to include multilingual support out of the box, so users won't need plugins to translate their websites into multiple languages. And I'm not sure WordPress will be able to completely substitute mature multilingual plugins, for sure not at the start, but some basic functionality to start with would be great. And also for me to have one less plugin to deal with means more speed and more security. So it's a win from every side you look at it. We have a few more minutes, so I really want to go wild. I asked some colleagues and some friends from the community to tell me what are their hopes and dreams for WordPress feature, but based in reality, so based on emerging or established trends and patterns in the web industry. For example, I would like for my website to make my coffee every morning, but that doesn't seem to be possible. So I asked everyone to mention things that are actually a possibility. I got tons of replies. I didn't put them all in, but these are the ones that really made sense to me. So I picked the ones that made sense for me. The importance of translations cannot be understated. This is how WordPress can get adopted by many more people. The Polyglots team, which is the team that translates and adapts, localized WordPress into other languages, works on core, but also on plugins and themes. There's an enormous amount of work to be done. So if you speak any language other than American English, I would really encourage you to check out make.wordpress.org/plugins and start by translating some words. That's how I started. I started by translating all the instances of the weak names and numbers in WordPress. And that was my contribution. But I know it seems small, but it's actually a very important contribution. As I said, multilingual is already in the roadmap, and I hope work on it will start as soon as there are resources available. Another thing that was mentioned was more focus on eco-consciousness and sustainability. How this to go with code, let me tell you. So WordPress mission is to democratize publishing. And you can say that we pretty much achieved that with the majority of the market share with WordPress. So it's time now to focus on making the information that people chose to publish with WordPress more accessible and usable. Not all countries have access to high-speed internet, or even countries where you would imagine high-speed internet is a reality might not cover every corner of the country. And lots of people rely on mobile devices with limited data to browse websites. So if your content, if you have massive files that need to be loaded, images, scripts, whatever, to use your site, you are basically willingly incapacitating people to use the web. So think about this. Other things that were mentioned, privacy-related tools and functionality. I think in the last few years, the whole issue of privacy has become predominant in the conversation and not just in WordPress. So we owe it to our user to make all efforts available and possible to keep their data safe. Better performance, better SEO out of the box. Other things, WordPress is turning into a monopoly, and competition is always healthy to drive change. So maybe more competition from other platforms like Wix and Squarespace. The next one is my wish. I sneaked it in. For WordPress to be fully accessible in all its parts and compliant to WCAG 2.1 guidelines. I wish for a completely accessible web, even though right now I don't need it to be fully accessible. I really want it to be. Particularly nerdy friend dreams of a WP admin dashboard as a single page application. And we start to see applications of the blockchain. Now, let me be super honest here. I have no clue what that is. But if the European Commission awarded a 1 million euros award to WordProof for the Blockchains for Social Good contest, it means that it's important and we have to keep an eye on this. So I'll have to learn about this somehow. But of all the replies I got, I really identify with this, which is by Marieke van der Raakt, who is Yoast SEO, so my lady boss. I would love WordPress to become easier in the future. It is still rather hard for non-technical people to get started. Also, I think the platform has grown despite its marketing and not because of it. So in the future of WordPress, I would love to have a consistent story and a consistent strategy. So I really identify with this. So based on all that I said, in my eyes, the future of WordPress is bright, thanks to the willingness to innovate and not stay behind. But there is a but. To be able to accomplish this, the project needs a multitude of people involved at a personal level and at a stakeholder business interest level. I think the WP Campus audit is a great example of how a community that has a specific needs raise the flag and offer the solution. The best contributions, in my opinion, are always selfish and generous. I know it sounds contradictory, but it's basically an invitation to pick one thing in WordPress that you want to make better. Invest in that, and in that only. Don't be, there's a lot of things to do, but you fix that and you take it to the end line. So for me, for example, it's outreach and mentorship, and more than the visibility I got through being a release lead, I'm really proud of the work that I'm doing behind the scenes towards WordPress 5.6, which, by the way, is a release that will be completely led by women. And I'm particularly happy that my proposal to add the sub-teams focused on testing, support, and documentation was welcomed by the current release team, because those are areas that really need more attention to help the project deliver a holistic user experience for as many people as possible. And after all, this is the base of open source contribution, as stated by Eric Raymonds in The Cathedral and the Bazaar. Every good work of software starts by scratching a developer's itch. So substitute developers by each one of us, because you need to start somewhere. And starting from something that you need a solution for, it's a great motivator. This might be something that puzzles you, or something that you need to solve to move forward, something that bugs you. It doesn't matter. Start from there, focus on that, and that will be great. So that would be all from me. Thank you for listening. My name is Francesca Marano, and I'm the WordPress core team lead at Yoast, and I really hope we can continue this conversation. You can join me at the Yoast booth briefly after we're done with Q&A. Send me emails or tweets, and if you go to notice/Francesca Marano, notice is NOTI.st, Francesca Marano, you'll see actually two versions of this talk, and you can get all the resources I mentioned, the links, so you don't have to go around and look for them. So thank you so much for listening.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Francesca. This is a lot of information. We have a couple minutes for questions, and I jotted a couple down. I'm curious, I know you said that the full site editing will kind of be dependent on themes, but I'm curious what you anticipate will happen with the theme customizer, and is that going to be kind of gradual like it was with the classic editor, how it was like a, move to a plugin? How do you see the full page, or full site editing rather, interacting with the customizer?
This is something that, as far as I know, has not been completely clarified at the moment. The customizer is still an active component. And actually, it was planned for 5.6 to turn the customizer into something that supports Gutenberg blocks. This feature will not be merged because it's not ready yet. But yeah, it's definitely a question. I don't have an answer, but it's definitely something that I keep my eyes on, because I think a lot of people rely on the customizer to make changes to their themes. So you can either, it could be either just phased out, as you said, like the classic editor, or it could become part of the flow. This is why you follow those resources, because not all things have been already decided. This is a massive overhaul. It's not, I think when the project started, I'm sure Matt had for sure the roadmap in his head, but it was very high level. And then you start building it, and you're like, oh, I need to take care of this. Oh, I need to take care of this. So a lot of things are getting improved and built or left aside as we go. So I don't have an answer for this, but I will encourage you to follow those resources, because I expect something about the customizer to come out in the next 6 months.
Awesome. That makes sense. And then my other question is, are there any good kind of starter groups to dip your toe into the Make WordPress community, or Are there specific teams that you'd like to mention that need a little more help right now to push WordPress forward?
Yes. First of all the teams need help. All the teams need help. There isn't one that needs more, because they're all, it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. So of course, Core is the software that powers WordPress. So you say, okay, Core definitely needs all the help, but Core alone wouldn't exist and wouldn't be so active if the community team and the people involved with the community wouldn't continue to organize WordCamps online where people talk about the core team, and contributor days online. That's how you build a pipeline for new contributors, and you keep also the existing contributors interested. There was a big big joint effort by community and training, where there's this new website which is called learn.wordpress.org, where you can find resources either to learn about WordPress or lesson plans that you can use to teach about WordPress. So training, for example, is a team that doesn't have many active contributors, and it's incredibly important because they're providing these action plans for people that then can go out and teach about WordPress, about different parts of WordPress more easily, because they have a lesson plan. So basically, if you go to make.wordpress.org, you will see all the teams that are involved in making WordPress what it is. So not just the code, but the whole ecosystem. And you go through the resource and you see what speaks to you. And one thing that I definitely suggest is not taking on multiple stuff, because then you will be overwhelmed and you will want to do more. And it's incredible and super great that you want to do more, but I find that contributors that focus on something are usually more effective, and they also have a better contributing experience because they really feel like you're taking care of something they love. Translations, as we said, polyglots needs a lot of help. One team that right now is not completely abandoned, but definitely doesn't see enough activities test. And yesterday, Friday, October 2nd, the first test scrub, which scrub is when you come together and you pick a list of tickets and you work on those with other people. So the first test scrubs was held. And so I hope that's the beginning of a revival of the test team for sure. But honestly, the project needs a lot of help, and it needs every one of us, and it needs for people to translate one word and for people to write entirely new features. So there is always something for everyone, I think. And it's extremely rewarding. I find I started contributing when I was a freelancer in 2015. And I remember spending a lot of weekends also working on WordPress, because it was working with friends on something that we all care about. So that's there's also that.
Awesome. That's very insightful. And thank you so much for being here today. If you'd like to continue the discussion, you can join the Slack channel in the attendees channel, which is the WCROC 2020 attendees channel. You will see it in the Slack instance. We have a 15-minute break right now, but join us back here in this track 2 to learn about the fastest way of creating Gutenberg blocks with minimal JavaScript knowledge with presenter Imran Syed, or hop over to track 1 for "Oh no, we need a website, now what?" with Jim Ector. And just a reminder, you can join the Happiness Bar if you have any WordPress questions, or if you'd like to help out some other attendees. And links to this can be found on the attendee guide that you received in your email or on the website. So thanks again, Francesca.
Ciao, thank you for being here.
Welcome back, and welcome to the fastest way of creating Gutenberg blocks with minimal JavaScript knowledge with Imran Syed. A couple of reminders before we begin. You can leave your comments for Imran in the chat, and please be sure to check out the sponsor rooms after this session. I'd like to thank the following sponsors, without whom WordCamp Rochester would not be what it is. So thank you to IONOS, Jetpack, and WooCommerce. And welcome again to the fastest way of creating Gutenberg blocks with minimal JavaScript knowledge. Imran is a WordPress developer at RT Camp. He is also a WordCamp speaker, organizer, WordPress meetup organizer, and a regular contributor to the WordPress community. He is a core contributor in WordPress and has rich experience in Node, React, and Laravel. Apart from this, he has a passion for teaching and sharing knowledge, and you can check out his YouTube channel where he teaches programming on WordPress and Laravel. So over to you, Imran.
Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Imran and I work for RTCamp. RTCamp provides WordPress solutions to enterprises. And today we're going to talk about the fastest way of creating Gutenberg blocks with minimal JavaScript knowledge. Initially, when I started developing blocks, this was my situation. I'm sure you can relate to it, and many of you might have already come across a situation like this. Okay, so let's talk about what is the need for building the custom Gutenberg blocks. Well, as there are great improvements in Gutenberg, there are a lot of new blocks that have been added to the code, and there are many libraries available for blocks as well for your custom needs. However, sometimes you may have a requirement from the client or specific design or functionality wherein core blocks or blocks in the library may not suffice your needs. In that case, we'll need to build custom Gutenberg blocks. So, what are the different ways of building blocks? Well, the first one is ES5, and this is your native JavaScript, which is ECMAScript 5. And second is ESNext and JSX, which is actually the modern way of developing Gutenberg blocks with modern JavaScript. So what are the challenges in building Gutenberg blocks with ES6? Let's take a pause for a moment and think, what are the challenges you may have? Well, I'll share some of the common challenges. But the first thing is that JavaScript and React have a learning curve. I'm sure you will agree to me. And it requires an extra build step for code transformation. And tooling around JavaScript could be intimidating. ES5 without JSX can run straight in the browser, which means that ESNext is not supported in all of the browsers. Could you tell me which is the browser which will always be the last one to implement any new changes? Yes, you guessed it right. It's Internet Explorer, isn't it? It's always the last one. Okay. So let's talk about building blocks with ES6 first, so see what challenges we may face. There is an import statement that you would need to learn when you need to import the register block type function from WordPress blocks. There are arrow functions that you'll be learning in ES6, and then when you're learning React, then you'll be learning about components like rich text, inspector control, text control, etc. You have classes, functions, you have hooks, you have state management concepts that you need to learn. Then you'd also need to learn JSX, which is JavaScript and XML. So at this point, we would need something that can convert modern JavaScript into JavaScript that most browsers can understand. And what would that be? Well, that thing starts with the letter B. Can you guess what that is? Exactly, that's Babel. So Babel is actually a JavaScript transcompiler which is going to convert the modern JavaScript into the JavaScript that most browsers can understand. So when you are setting up Babel, then you need to learn about its configuration and stuff, the plugins that it needs, etc. Then you have Webpack, which is basically the JavaScript module bundler. And you need to learn about the configurations of the Webpack, different Webpack loaders, etc. So you'll say to me, there is so much to learn, isn't it? Okay. And then at some point, a lot of developers may just give up. So you'll ask me, hey Imran, is there a simpler way to develop blocks? Well, the answer is yes, there is. Let's first talk about when we are building blocks with minimal JavaScript. Okay, so how do we do that? Can we automate all of these processes wherein you have the Webpack and Babel, all of that things? Can that be automated and where we don't have to set those up? Let's take a look. we'll talk about building dynamic blocks with minimal JavaScript using the WordPress create block. So WordPress create block is officially supported way to create blocks for registering a block for a WordPress plugin. And what it does is it offers a modern build setup with no configuration, like zero configuration, which means all of these setting up the Webpack and Babel and stuff like that, it will do that for you. So it will hide that complexity for you and take care of it. It also generates PHP, JavaScript, CSS code, and everything else that you need to start the project. Okay, so let's quickly take a look. How do we generate the blocks with create block? So what we do is we just install Node.js, and then in the terminal we run npm init at WordPress/block. Then what it'll do is it'll create a new WordPress block in to-do list folder, and it'll also create a package.json file, and then you get a message saying that to-do list bootstrapped in a to-do list folder. Okay, and this is the directory structure that it looks like. You have a build folder, you have your source index.js, and you can see that it has kind of bootstrapped all of the things for you, right? And then in the editor, if you go and check, you will find a block named to-do list, and this is the message that you get. So it kind of gives you a boilerplate to begin with. Okay, so let's take a look what is there inside of the to-do list.php. So you can see this is a plugin. It has already added these functions, which is basically registering your scripts and styles. Okay, and then it's also registering your block called to-do list. Okay, and let's take a look what is there inside of the index.js. So you can see that it is using the register block type function in JavaScript to register the block client side. So you registered the block client side as well as server side. Okay, another way would be using WP CLI. I'm sure many of you have already used it, so you must be familiar with it. Okay, so you can generate blocks with WP CLI by using a command called WP scaffold and then block, and let's say the name of the block, you can give it a title as well as the plugin name as well, which is movies here. Okay, and that's all. That's all you have to do, just one single command, and it is created the block for you. Isn't that amazing? Okay, and in the similar fashion, if you go to your editor, you'll be able to see that there is a block that's already created there. Okay, and this is how the directory structure look like. Which is having movie, editor.css, index, style.css. So those are all the styles that is actually used for your editor as well as for the front end. Okay, if you take a look at movie.php, let's take a look. So as you can see that it is registered the block server side called movies. Okay, and is also enqueued and it's also registered the styles and script for you as well. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at index.js. Okay, let's zoom in, and you can see that it has used the register block type function to register the block client side as well. So WP CLI is using the ES5, and the create block WordPress package was using the ES-Next. Okay, so let's take a look about how do we add the dynamic block, which are server-side rendered block. An example could be, let's say that you are going to show the post content. Now the post content will change dynamically. It's not going to be static, which means that if the post content gets updated or title gets updated, then the content of this block needs to be updated as well. So that's why they are called dynamic blocks. So you use the function called server-side render. So in the edit method, you use wp.server-side render, you give the name of the block and the attributes. And then inside of the save function, you return null because this is going to be server-side rendered, because this is going to use the PHP template to render the content. Okay, so we'll use a function called register block type, and then we're going to use the editor script editor style. So this is going to ensure that the styles and scripts are registered and enqueued for your block. And then you also have a callback function which is called movies underscore render underscore callback. So this function is basically going to load your template that will be responsible to show whatever content needs to be displayed in the editor for that block. Okay, so if you take a look, this is how the function looks like, and you can see that it's basically fetching 3 posts. It's getting the 3 recent posts from the database which are published and just looping through it and displaying the title with the permalink for those posts. Okay, so take a look. You can see that these are the 3 posts for which are basically your movies that is being displayed. And the post type, if you notice, is movie. Okay, awesome. So if you observe, even though we bootstrapped our block, still we had to use some JavaScript, right? So you'll ask me, hey Imran, is there a possibility that we can build blocks without using JavaScript? Well, the answer is yes, you can. And that is ACF. Okay, so you can build ACF blocks. So ACF blocks is a PHP framework that does not require any JavaScript to build the Gutenberg blocks. So what is ACF? Many of you must already be familiar with it, that ACF is a WordPress plugin which is quite popular. So let's talk about building blocks with ACF. I'm going to show you one example. So let's talk about building blocks with ACF. So what are the steps involved? Let's take an example of what we did previously compared to when we are building it with ACF. Okay, so on the left hand side we have the WordPress block API. What are the steps? We had to install some of the packages, we had to register the block server side, and we registered the block client side as well. When we're building blocks with ACF, you need to register the block server side using the ACF underscore register underscore block underscore type function. And then you just need to create your fields. You must already be familiar, if you have used the ACF plugins, that we can create the custom meta fields from the WordPress dashboard, and then just load the template which is going to render the content for the block. So it's quite similar to your dynamic block that you've seen, but you'll notice that there is no JavaScript involved. So what's the difference? The WordPress block API can be static or dynamic. However, the ACF blocks is just dynamic. WordPress block API has client side or server side. However, ACF blocks is going to be only server side. So I'm going to show you a demo that we build for our client. If you take a look at this website, all of the content that you see here are all built with ACF blocks. There is no JavaScript that's been used over here. Isn't that wonderful? Okay. So you'll ask me, Imran, how do we actually build an ACF block? Let's take a simple example. Let's go ahead and build a contact block and see how that goes. How is that implemented? Okay, step 1, as we discussed, if you remember from the previous slide, that we need to register the block server side. How do we do that? Well, let's just create a custom function, and inside of which we call the function called ACF underscore register underscore block underscore type, and we just have to pass some settings inside of it. Okay, and then you need to hook it on the ACF/init hook. So let's see, what do we have in the settings? Well, the first thing is the name of the block. Let's say this is contact card, the title of the block, description, and you also have the path to the render template. So just like the dynamic template example that I've shown you in the previous slides, this also uses a PHP template to render the content of the block. And you also have the icon that you can use, so you can use the dash icons. You can also create a new category or assign this block to any existing categories which are there in the editor. And then you can also include your styles for the block, which will be applied both in the editor as well as in the front end. Okay, and this is a screen that you might already be familiar with. So all we are doing over here is just creating two fields. One is photo and second is banner, and they both are the field type image. And something new that you will find over here will be the location. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, you have location and you have an extra drop down available called block, and you can set that equal to the name of the block for which these fields should be available. You can make these fields available for multiple blocks as well by adding another rule group. Okay, so let's see what is there in this template contact.php. So inside this template, we get access to the block, and if we go ahead and var dump it, you can see it has got the name of the block prefixed with ACF automatically. You have the title, the description that we just gave in the settings. You've got category, you've got icon, the mode. So we've said you can set this to preview mode, all of that. And you also have the other information available like the render template. You've got the enqueue style variables, you've got the block ID, and you also have those fields available, the photo and the banner as well. So we can utilize all of these values to render the content dynamically into our block template. Okay, so let's do that. So inside of our template, which is contact.php, we can check to see if the class name exists in the block variable, and also add an additional class name called contact card to it. We also get the ID of the block and prefix it with the contact card. So there's something interesting I'm going to tell you now. Something new that came out in the ACF 5.9 is inner blocks. So having the ability to use inner block is extremely powerful, because now in the ACF blocks using PHP, we can utilize the core blocks as well as our custom blocks when we are developing our own custom blocks. Let's see how that works. So inside of the contact.php, we can create a variable called template and pass the names of all of the blocks that we want to be part of as inner blocks. So you can see that you've got core heading. You can specify that which heading level it should render by default, in this case level 6. You can add content, you can set the alignment, an additional class name, you can have paragraph block, button block, and social links as well, which is part of the core block. And then you can also specify what are the blocks that should actually be allowed inside of your custom block, so that user can only insert these type of blocks, so that you can stick to your design. Okay, and then inside of this template, all we have to do is just render this ID dynamically as well as the class name, and then when the user goes ahead and adds a photo, it gets added in the meta field, and then we can use get field to get the photo ID, which is image ID, and then use the WP get attachment function to render that image, and same that goes for the banner image as well. Okay, and this is the interesting one, and that's why I've highlighted it. So you can use the inner blocks in the PHP template itself, and inside of the template variable, you can specify what template you're going to use. So if you remember, this is the template that we're going to use, and then you also have the allowed blocks down at the bottom. So this is where we are passing allowed blocks, and we are using the WP JSON encode to encode in JSON. And the best part is that we can also log the template. So if we set the template lock to all, user will not be able to, add or delete more stuff into it. It will just be those blocks. So you can use that template lock feature of the inner block as well. Okay, so if you put down everything together, this is how it looks like. You've got your classes, this is the template we are using, we are getting the image, and then we have the inner block. So that's how your block template looks like. Okay, so let's take a look at the demo in the editor. Okay, so this is our editor, and let's go for contact block. So contact card, there you go. And now you can see that on the right hand side we have an option to add the photo as well as the banner. So let's go and add, so let's go ahead and add the photo. I'm gonna We're going to add the photo. So you can see it's added here. Let's add the banner. This is the picture I took in Goa. Hope you like it. Okay, great. I can also add the title and description. And then I can also add get in touch. And we can add a link here as well. Okay, so I've got the social icons here, so I can add that. All right, so I've got all of the 3 social icons link over here, and all I have to do is just update it. There we go. We can look at the post. Perfect. Isn't this awesome? Congratulations everyone, we've got our first ACF block and we have not used any JavaScript. Isn't that wonderful? Perfect. Now the next question would be that how do we build an entire page section with blocks, and when would we actually need that? So I would say to you that there could be situations wherein you are building complex structure with just the core blocks, or with the combination of the core plus custom blocks. Now, having the ability to reuse the created layout for the group of blocks, we have something available as a part of the WordPress core which I really love, and that is called block patterns. Yes, you heard it right. Block patterns are absolutely amazing and are going to be the future of page building in WordPress editor. Awesome, so let's take a look. So what are these block patterns? Well, the block patterns are predefined block layouts ready to insert and tweak. So on the right hand side you can see that there are some of the patterns already available. So when you actually install WordPress, you have some patterns available, and all you have to do is just click on it and you can insert and use it. All right, but what if I want to create my own custom layout with a group of blocks and then reuse that later on? How do we do that? Is there a way to do it? Well, the answer is yes, there is. What we can do is we can use the register block pattern function in WordPress. So you need to pass the name of the block, then the title of the block, in this case Aquila cover, and then the description. And the best part is that all you have to do is just add the content, which will basically be the escaped raw content HTML for the block pattern, Okay, so let's see this in action, how we can do it. So let's create a block pattern and see how that goes. So I'm going to add a cover block, and then I'm going to upload an image. Let's say this one. And then I'm going to give it a full width. Okay, let's add a title. And I'm going to put that in center. Let's add a text as well. Lorem ipsum, remove the bold, make it centered. We can add a button as well, button, view more, and then I'm going to ensure that this is in the center as well. And that's it. Okay, and then we can also give this a color, and we can give this a color, let's say a little bit of gray. So now you can see that this is actually a pattern, which is group of blocks where I have added my own styles, etc. And if I want this pattern to be available under the pattern section, all I have to do is just come in over here, click on these 3 dots, click on the code editor. Then all you have to do is just do Control A, Control C, just copy this raw HTML, and you can use some of the online tools to escape it, like I have done, copy it to the clipboard. And then as you can see that I've just created a custom function which I'm hooking it to the init hook, and then I'm using the register block pattern function to register this block pattern inside of this content, and I'm going to ensure I'll use double quotes, paste it, and that's it. Let's go back, refresh, and I'm going to remove this one, and let's click on plus icon, click on patterns. These are the default ones. Let's scroll down. There you go. Congratulations, you've created your first Gutenberg block pattern. Awesome. Let's click on this. So if you click on this, there you go. You've got a pattern available in the editor, and I can add it as many times as I want. So I can click on pattern again, and I can go ahead and add one more. So this helps in reusability. You can see how simple this is. Awesome. So we discussed earlier that there are different ways of building blocks. We have ES5, ESNext, and GSX, and we also have the ACF. Awesome. So earlier, when we didn't have that much of knowledge, our situation was something like this. And now, with the help of all of the knowledge that we have gained in this talk, we can actually start coding quickly. Isn't it? Awesome. Cool. There's just a few things I'd like to share with you. If you like to learn WordPress, you have the WordPress training program from RTCamp at learn.rtcamp.com. So while we can develop blocks in PHP, I would still encourage you to learn JavaScript as well, because if you take a look, the entire Gutenberg core is in JavaScript. So these are all of the blocks that you see over here, which are in JavaScript. So these are all in JavaScript, right? So while you can develop blocks in PHP, there would be situations wherein you would need to extend the core blocks which are written in JavaScript. And that is the time the knowledge of JavaScript will be really powerful. And yes, of course, you can also contribute to the Gutenberg core once you have that knowledge. Okay. So if you would like to learn more about JavaScript, I have created an open source platform called CodiTech Academy, and you can go to courses and you'll see that all of the courses are available for Babel, for JavaScript basics, even for beginners. You have tutorials for WordPress. You have also got tutorials for Gutenberg as well. So you have got Gutenberg block development. Okay. If you're already familiar with JavaScript and if you want to dig deeper into Gutenberg, then you can watch this Digging into Gutenberg meetup talk, which is there on WordPress TV. You can also get the code for the ACF block that we have developed by going on to github/Imran8Sayed/ACF block example. Okay. All right. You can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Imran8Sayed. I'd like to thank WordCamp Rochester for giving me the opportunity to present this talk, and to all the listeners for tuning in. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that in-depth look at block creation, Imran. I especially loved the cat gifs. And just as a reminder to attendees, all the sessions will be re-uploaded to YouTube in case there's something you missed or you want to watch again. You know, sometimes watching live coding is a little hard to follow, but you'll be able to watch it again if needed. We do have quite a few questions here, so, and you have some comments that it's good as always, and your content is always resourceful. So I thought that was nice. So we have a question from Jyoti. Can I scaffold Gutenberg blocks in ES5 as well using WordPress create block?
Yes, so the answer is yes, you can. There will be times where you will need to create a combination of it. You may want to create some custom fields like name, etc. Or it could be gallery. There could be some repeater fields. So you can actually combine that inner blocks as well as your custom blocks as child blocks into your parent one and put that together. So yes, that's definitely possible.
Great. Actually, going right off that question, Ratan asked if they can use a combination of inner blocks and their own custom blocks as the parent block.
Right. I think I misread the question. Well, which question did you read before this?
The question before was scaffolding Guten blocks in ES5. And the question now is a combination of inner blocks and their own custom blocks as the parent.
Okay, so I think I answered that one. And the answer to the previous question is that, yes, you can actually use ES5 as well when you are scaffolding it. What you can do is you can pass a flag when entering the command, which is --template ES5. And what the create block package will do, it will scaffold the block for you in the plugin in ES5 template. So yes, we can do that.
Awesome. And do you have any thoughts on creating ACF blocks for a multi-site environment if the existing blocks don't meet needs for different clients or customers?
Yes, of course. If, for example, there are a lot of blocks available in the block library and they don't meet your needs and requirement, definitely that's when you'll actually create the custom blocks. And you can use ACF blocks. However, I would say that you can use ACF blocks, especially when you have minimal JavaScript knowledge. But if you can build blocks in JavaScript, that will be the recommended way. So I would definitely encourage people to learn JavaScript, because there's a lot more you can do with JavaScript. For example, if you had to make changes into the code blocks, you want to use some of the attributes or extend them by adding more attributes to the code block, then learning JavaScript is definitely useful. But yes, you can also use ACF block as well. Sometimes what I do for most of my project is that I use a combination of the ACF blocks as well as the custom blocks as well. Yep.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing your insights today. I'm sure this is going to help a lot of developers speed up their workflow. And if you as an attendee would like to continue the discussion, or if you have questions later, you can hop over to the WordCamp Rochester Slack channel and join the attendees channel and ask some questions in there. And you can head over to wprochester.com/feedback to give some feedback to Imran on his session today. So thank you so much. And before we break for lunch, I'd just like to remind you to stick around after the last session this afternoon for closing remarks and the after party. Those will be happening in track 1 starting at 5:30 Eastern. And you can join us back here at 12:45 for Shanta Nathwani on how I started my business during a pandemic. And be sure to check out the Happiness Bar if you have any WordPress questions throughout the event, or if you want to see if you can answer other people's questions. So we'll see you back here at 12:45 Eastern.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of Track 2 of the 2020 WordCamp session of Rochester. Our first session this afternoon is How I Started My Business During the Pandemic with Shanta Nathwani. Before I introduce Shauna, I'd like to welcome anyone just joining us and remind you that we have 2 tracks of sessions today. Track 1 is geared more toward the WordPress novice, although there are some interesting talks for the users of all levels in this track. Track 2 is geared more towards developers, those who want to attend sessions on getting more involved in the WordPress community, or business owners who want to learn more about building their customer base. So if any of those describe you, take a look at the sessions in Track 2. There is also the happiness bar. If you don't know what that is, think of it as a friendly place to ask questions you might have regarding WordPress, ask for help with issues on your website, ask for feedback on your website, or just hang out there and see if you're able to help anyone who pops in there for questions. We also have a fun after party plan, so be sure to stick around for closing remarks and join in the fun. These will both be happening over on Track 1. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year. Right now, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Bluehost. Be sure to check them out in the sponsor rooms. Let's get our session going by introducing Shanta. Equipped with a Bachelor's of Commerce in Information Technologies Management and a black belt in karate, there's nothing Shanta Nathwani can't do. She's a full-stack developer who specializes in WordPress, Node, and React, with a love for life and learning. A natural teacher, Shanta spent 6 years teaching WordPress courses at Sheridan College, as well as having given more than 40 WordCamp talks. Her topics include data architecture, custom post types, and ACF, as well as beginner topics like posts versus pages and how to create a website in 30 minutes. She served as a quality assurance supervisor at a software company for 2 years before starting her own company, Namara Technologies, where she serves as president and CEO. When she's not working, she can be found volunteering as a co-organizer for the Hamilton WordPress Meetup Group, taking stunning photographs, singing karaoke, and of course, practicing martial arts. Say hi to her on Twitter at shanta.ca. That's at Shanta, SHANTADOTCA, or visit her at shanta.ca, CHANTA.ca. Welcome, Shanta.
Thanks very much. I realize I probably need to shorten that down a bit, but I'll cover probably some of it. But thank you, Steve. So interesting fact, I was actually giving a WordCamp talk exactly 5 years ago today at WordCamp Toronto, which is one of the ones I co-organized. And Steve is actually wearing the shirt from it. We did not plan that at all. And I got a funky reminder this morning. So trust me when I say I've got my Good Luck WordCamp socks on from SiteGround. They're little origami cranes. I'll share that with you guys later. So what I'm going to talk about today is how I started my business during the pandemic. I'm not used to giving these kinds of talks. I'm used to giving talks that are more instructional in nature. Now I'm giving this live, so if you do have questions during the talk, usually a clarification or something, please let the moderators know, maybe add Q at the beginning of it to say that it's a question, but we will have time at the end, unlike some of my talks that go on right till the very end. So this is a story at the end of the day. This is not stuff you haven't heard before, but what it is about my journey through starting a business in this pandemic. And what you will find in this presentation are actually mostly photos that I've taken at WordCamp. So since we can't be together, these are some wonderful selections of photos that I've taken over the years at various WordCamps, as well as my friend Kira. So I have to give her some credit there as well. So on the first slide here, we have Sean Hooper, of course, with the Canadian Coffee Crisp, right, which you got to have. And of course, T-Rave from Flywheel, taking it one of the first ones I did in Milwaukee. So I might throw in the odd one here and there. Let me just change my slides here. Hang on. There we go. So I am president and CEO of Namara Technologies, Inc. I launched my own company back in April, and I'm going to tell you about what I did and how I did that. I am a former professor. I was the co-organizer for the WordPress Hamilton Meetup now, and I have done a bunch of others, and I've given more than 40 WordCamp talks. So the only other thing is Twitter. Namara Tech is the new Twitter handle for my new company. So if you want to catch me there as well. So this is my dad. If you asked me in high school what I wanted to do with the rest of my life, I would have told you, I don't know, but I'm not going to work for my father. My father had 22 years of municipal service working in real estate, the buildings department. And in 1989, he decided to go into business for himself and leave the city. He registered his company by handing the papers over to a search company to file the papers. You didn't do it online in those days, so it was up to them when you registered it. And probably within a few days or it had been registered on my birthday in January of 1989. Now, he was a big believer, and still is, in things happening on people's birthdays as being a blessing. So it was very fitting. So when he finally left the city and started his own business, he was 46 years old. After high school, I worked in a women's clothing store for about 6 months before my dad came to me and said, listen, my assistant Kelly is falling behind with all the little minutia and stuff like that. I'd like you to come and work with me. And he'd always wanted that, but I was the one resisting. So he was very clear about that I'm going to report to her, not just to him, but I'm also going to report to her. And while there was a certain amount of nepotism, let's be honest, he was going to make me work for this. So after a very lengthy conversation with one of my managers, after I'd been late one day, I decided I'm handing in my notice. I'm done. The whole time I'm thinking, why am I putting up with this with minimum wage and fighting for a $10 sale when my dad's offered me a position where I can grow, I can learn, I can do all these things. So this was almost a year out of high school. I'm going to work for my dad in project and property management. And that was in his real estate development and consulting firm where I stayed for 6 years. And while I was there, I did my business management certificate at Ryerson in continuing ed, because one thing I had to do while I was working for him was further my education. So even though I didn't have the degree yet, he said, you've got to learn how to read a set of books. You've got to learn at least some of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as we go through this. One big thing he did show me was how the old boys club worked. I may never be one of them, but I learned to understand the mentality and how it operated. I've always been a bit of a tomboy and typically chosen male-dominated fields. So this was important for me to learn, was how do they think, how do they operate? And we all know that that is still a big problem today. But I realized 6 years in that I didn't want to do real estate anymore. So I said, Dad, I love you dearly, but I just don't want to do real estate for the rest of my life. And so he said, fine, what do you want to do? How do we get there? And I realized that I wanted to go into computers and start my tech career. This is the worst breakup I've ever had to endure in my life. So since I left my father's company 20 years ago, I'd gone into IT career, gone back to school, earned my bachelor's degree, worked as a data analyst at the hospital. I worked on 2 political campaigns, a professor, and did QA manager. So I've given more than 40 WordCamp talks, and I've built a pretty good reputation for myself, I think. So here's the turning point. Fast forward, we're now in 2020. I've been laid off from my job about a month before the pandemic. So at least I have EI and some government money to support me while I'm going through this next move, or figuring it out at this point. I started looking for jobs, and then the pandemic hit and everybody stopped hiring. It picked up afterwards, but everybody didn't know what to expect. So they were sort of clamping down and going, what are we going to do with this? I've been involved with the WordPress community for about 10 years. So I felt returning to it after my 2-year hiatus might give me some more inspiration and some connections. So I attended WordCamp San Antonio, Texas. Well, this is one of, if not the first WordCamp that had been done online after the pandemic. And I don't know if I think I met some of you there. And it caused shutdowns as part of this world. I was listening to a number of the speakers that were saying, you can do this. A lot of their talks were about, you can do this. And so I guess now I'm giving that same talk. They weren't talking directly to me, but I felt like they were, that you could just say, you can do this. You have the ability, you know what you're doing. And, get rid of the imposter syndrome. And one of the ways that they dealt with this, with the hallway track, for example, is how do you talk to everybody? So the sponsors had some Zoom rooms. The speakers would sometimes jump into those. And you could hop in and ask questions and so on. So I went into one of the rooms where some of the speakers were. And yes, I am going to name names. One of the rooms was run by Nexus, which I actually just finished the chili cook-off with Mendel Kurland, and I still think our chili is probably going to be better. So I went into one of the rooms where one of the speakers were, and I spoke with people like Corey Ashton, and it was one of her talks that really gave me the idea that I could do this. She sort of gave me the methods, and it really solidified what I think could work. Jocelyn Mozak, who's also speaking this afternoon, and thank goodness that I am going before Nathan Ingram, not after. I don't have to follow him, but I'm going to give him a good lead in. Nathan Ingram and Chris Lemma were 2 of the people that really gave me the push. And they said, we know you. We know what you're capable of, even though I'd been gone for 2 years. And they started to change my mind. Any of those who have ever heard these guys speak know that they know their stuff, all of these people. And I was in a state of posing these questions such as, can I really do this? And it was through them and some of the talks I thought, maybe I can offer this or that. And finally, I decided to open my own business. So let me be clear. Throughout my entire career, I've always said I never wanted to run my own company. I didn't want to have to deal with the marketing or the accounting. And I know that this probably speaks to some of you out there. I didn't want to have to worry about where my next paycheck was coming from. I wanted to sit, do my work, do my thing, and not have to worry about all that stuff. I've been told I have an entrepreneurial spirit, but am I really an entrepreneur? I mention this because there are a ton of you out there on the same boat. And at one time, I even thought about opening my own dojo. And then I changed my mind and said no, because I was afraid that I might not be able to follow through. And if I failed, I'd be letting people down that possibly depend on me. So this is the same sort of mentality that was stopping me from opening my own business. The Namara group of companies would have been 31 years old today. But about a year ago, my father decided he's finally going to start retiring, and he wound down the website for his company, which, by the way, was the first domain I ever registered. And we actually used it as one of the classes when I went back to school, and it was actually used as one of our learning tools. So my father had always wanted me to take over the company, and there's a perfectly good domain and company with some name recognition, so why not use that? And it almost became a full circle. Jumping back into a history a little bit, if you recall, my father had opened his first company on my birthday. My dad's birthday is in April, and because of the pandemic, I hadn't been able to see him. So I called up his very good lawyer friend and said, listen, I need to incorporate a company, but I need it to be done on this day. And that's what I did. I opened up my very first company under the Namara name, which was the original company, on his birthday. Now, instead of building physical real estate spaces, we're now building digital spaces. So it turns out that I registered this on his birthday on purpose. But oddly enough, when I realized later that I am now the same age as my father was when he opened his first business. So now we have Namara Technologies. So now what? Now I've got a company name, I've got a domain, I may have a bit of branding, but now what do you do with it? I thought I'm just going to focus on building whatever the business is, find my niche, set everything up nicely so I don't make all the mistakes that everybody else makes, right? That's what you do. You plan. Wrong. One of the first people, about a week after I was laid off, that helped me get my first client was the same person who laid me off. And that is still my client today. It's been a great working relationship. They've helped me through a lot of these challenges that I've had in learning about how the WordPress world works, how a company works. And even though I knew a lot of this already, interestingly enough, I've ended up with 3 clients in my lap from all different places. Even my website right now, I haven't even put time into because I've been working behind the scenes. I'm still figuring out my niche, but trust me when I say it won't start exactly the way you planned it. Now, we're going to talk about the lessons that I've learned. And this may seem like, you've heard it a million times, but I'm here to tell you that this is exactly what happens. Planning. What did I do to plan this business? Well, your head's spinning when you first start figuring this out. That's the one thing I learned. You're thinking about everything you need. I got out a piece of banquet paper, like one of those large pieces of paper, and you can use any sort of digital tool. I'm a really digital person, but I felt like this exercise, I needed pencil and just ramble. So it was kind of like a mind mapping tool. And what I call it is more of a brain dump, okay? The things that I thought I'd need, everything from what tools I need, which is usually the first question, and it shouldn't be. I need to know who might help me, what services can I offer, as well as what I need to retain, like who I need to get involved. I still haven't implemented all of these things, but this exercise helped clear my head and stop worrying about things that I might forget later, right? This is actually something I did before incorporating the company. This is while I still had the idea. So some of the things I might write on that were, incorporate a company. Okay, contact the lawyer. Do I need insurance? Do I need, an accounting software? Do I need to hire an accountant? Do I need to register? All these things are going to be in your head. So trust me when I say just get out a big piece of paper and just start putting it in anywhere you can find. I tried to actually take a photo of mine, but unfortunately it's in pencil, doesn't work very well. So maybe I'll translate it into digital sometime, but it's pretty big. And it's right on my wall behind me. You can't see it, but it's there. And it reminds me all the time. You don't have to have everything before you start. I at least looked at tools and templates while I was going through this process because it helped me find a way through. Your brain is really scattered, at least mine was. It was very scattered about what things I need, as I said before. So I started looking at templates because templates might be able to put through something that you might have missed, which is why I do it. Others have done this before, so why not learn from them? That's why you're here, isn't it? With the way my head works, I needed to keep things structured, give me reminders, my time, even though I thought it might be overkill. But at the end of the day, it's what works for you. I spent a lot of time looking at different tools, even for the most basic things, and tried to narrow down the number of apps and pieces of technology that I needed to touch. But I did just enough rather than too much. I wanted things to have maybe about 80% of what I wanted to do, and then find something else to fill in those details, if that makes sense. One of the errors that I made initially was I started looking at the tools I would need without actually understanding what I was going to be doing with them. So you know you need an accounting software, maybe. You perhaps need a CRM. You know that you need the underlying infrastructure for your business, who you're going to host with. Are you going to do it yourself? How are you going to automate things later? But you know that this is what you're building. Until you know what you're building, this is a waste of time. So learn from my mistake here. The challenge again for me is that I already had a client that was already on the go. So I was learning this more or less on the fly. So I was pulling in details as I went. But I've learned some lessons with that client. And trust me, when we are signing our next contract, and yes, there is a next one, I'm changing around a bunch of my processes and putting those into effect. And I'll tell you where I found that information in my resources. Again, I put this in here only because this is something you want to consider when you're looking at those tools eventually. If you can automate the process, you are in heaven. I've been able to automate one of them more or less, but trust me, you have to do this manually first. There is so much to learn. You are going to be drinking from a fire hose. You are going to want to know about this thing and that thing, and you're going to sign up for invitations for that seminar. Especially now, there are webinars going on all the time. And you're going to end up signing up for all these things. And even with all the meetings that we have right now, it's going to bombard you. You will find courses, free things. And what I've learned so far is that the ones that you pay for are the ones to which you are committing. And I found that those are some of the best ones that you will find, not because you're paying for them, but because your mindset is, hey, I'm paying for this. I need to do this now. At the end of the day, this does not have to be perfect. Okay. I did a tech audit for a client and then said, great, those are fantastic. That the client said to me, we need to fix this. And I said, well, the problem is you can't just switch one for the other. It was a little bit more involved. And I eventually said, you have to redesign the site. Now, when I said redesign, that the term really scared people because she had just done a redesign with her previous developer about 1.5 years ago. And the term redesign really scared her. She's like, I spent all this time on content, on this, on this, on this. So I found one of the things I learned is that I found that with people that I'm working with is that they ended up thinking that redesign meant that we had to redo all the content or redo all the branding. So I had to rethink how I thought about that phrase. And so that phrase actually became a rework, just a rework. And it's basically the back end thinking we're going to change, not just, not how it's seen necessarily. We'll probably get about 80 to 90% or 95% of what it looks like now, but we might change the theme or whatever that thing is. Now, this is my business plan, not necessarily your own. So, by all means, do what you do. But my point here is that don't think that you're going to have this perfect right from the beginning. because you won't. You'll make mistakes. And we'll talk about that in just a second. Don't just take a gig because you have to. Now, I realize, and you will hear people like Nathan and a bunch of other people who will say, we had to take a job to keep the lights on. And if you have to do that, you have to do that. I've been very fortunate right now that I have, like I said, the EI and things like that that can back me up while I'm building my business. Not everybody is that fortunate. But I have learned that there are going to be some clients that you just have to say no. And I've had to do that already with 2 clients who I've done some stuff for, and then I present them with the next phase and they go, no, I'm not ready for that. And you know what? You don't have to. So some of the things I might do is, you might do a quick gig here or there. So do what you have to do, but don't just take a gig because it's there. If you have to do it, you have to do it. Reach out to your network. Find the people who are going to be able to support you for good or for bad. Know the bad ones, just get rid of them from your life. Just out, be gone. Because they could always lead to something, the people in your network, to teach you a lesson. And that's what I had. I give a bunch of talks. I help coordinate my local meetup. I teach for Canada Learning Code, manage the WordPress Canada Slack team. This positions me to know what people are looking for, whether it be the products and services that I offer, and keeps me at top of mind when people are looking to hire somebody to do their website or to do their hosting or, to deal with a care plan. It also shows you that you have a level of authority and knowledge in a given area. So this is just like posting on a blog, but it's taking it a step further and getting people to come to you instead of trying to drive traffic to say something like your blog, which people might overlook. Create a pool of people that you can trust, but count on a bunch of people like developers, right? You don't necessarily have to use them right away, but it's good using that network I just talked about to reach out to your network and find some of the people that you may need to hire out to. You may not have all the skills that you need to do this business. So find out who does it. For example, I'm not the greatest at SEO, but our websites will be ready to implement that. Oh, you need somebody to do SEO? You should be able to hand those over to your client. Or content creation, not our thing. Oh, but we know somebody who does. Here they are. So have those people ready and on board and on deck and ready to go, even if you're not using them right away, but create that pool of people, not just that will give you support and clients, but that you can draw on as resources as part of your business. You will fall. You will get back up. And the phrase that I like to use here is one I learned at my dojo, Jinsei Nanakarobi Yaoki. Life means falling down 7 times and getting up 8. And the reason I use this photo instead, just for your own info, is because I failed my first pre-grading for this grading here that you're seeing. This was actually the successful one. And this was a couple of days before my own birthday a few years ago. But I had failed it once. I wasn't going to fail it again. You don't have to do this alone. And I know I've said this a million times, but it's not just about your pool. It's not just about finding somebody to give you clients. It's about finding people who will support you. And for your own info, this was taken at WordCamp Rochester back in 2017. This was our Canadian contingent, if you can believe it. These are all the people that actually came across the border. So just imagine we're there with you today. The first rule of going it on your own is you don't have to do it alone. There are others out there that will help support and give you advice, and maybe even give you referrals. I know that in one case, when I first started my business and I was, had all these ideas going through my head right after San Antonio, Texas, I got on the phone to a friend of mine who had suggested even months earlier, you should do this. And so I finally called him up and I said, James, I'm there. Like I'm right on the edge. I'm ready to take that leap. And he says, great, I'm there with you. And I've been waiting 5 years to hear you say that. Just makes your day. So what I'm going to introduce to you now, and by the way, this is the other Canadian contingent at the very first WP campus down in Florida, which was a lot of fun. And of course, you've got to have coffee crisp. So these are one of the tools that I implement. No, just kidding. It's a Canadian tool. So these are some of the things that I've put in that I am using, that I'm looking at. Again, this isn't a perfect list, but it may help guide you where I go. I've also denoted if there are affiliate links. If you don't want to use those, that's fine. Please contact me and I'll just put you directly in contact. So Nathan's probably going to talk a little bit more about this, but I used monster contracts. I had used my own contract before, and I found it was missing a lot of stuff. And after hearing Nathan and a few others like Beth Livingston talk quite a bit, I realized that I was missing a lot of stuff in my contract. So for me, it was worth the investment to pay the money, get monster contracts, and then edit it for my own purposes. Now, remember, I'm in Canada. But when I read through this, and you should really have a lawyer vet it, but I found it worked just fine for my own region. The WP Project Management Roadmap is a training that I'm going through right now, and in the premium version, and it is absolutely fantastic. It is well worth the paid version. Even the 101 you can get certified on right now, and I think she's looking for beta testers, so you can even get certified for free. And this helped me figure out my processes and put things into perspective. And it's not just her, that she has tons of other people teaching those courses in SEO, in, how to, client retention, and a bunch of other things in there. So trust me when I say that has really helped to sort of solidify my processes and my business. So it's given me clarity. So I thank you, Beth Livingston, for that one. Adobe, I'm actually using the Adobe product. And the one big piece that I'm using out of that, oddly enough, is not necessarily Photoshop, but is Adobe DC or Adobe Acrobat, and the signing tool that goes with it. This is the one piece of my business that I've automated. So I can create a form, whether it be in Excel or whatever, convert it into a PDF, tell people where to sign, tell people, or set in the settings that I want a reminder sent to the client saying, hey, by the way, you've got this thing you need to sign, whether it's a contract, whether it's a change order or any of those things. And you can literally just put it through Adobe. It will send it off. It will send a reminder. It will show when it got opened. It does all of that tracing for you. But that was part of the regular Adobe suite. I also use Jira and Confluence because I used it in my last business. Some people will use Trello, but to me, I find it doesn't have enough of the little tags and things that I need to actually do, to track things, right? You won't think of everything, but I like to add tags to things so I can find them later. Slack is kind of a done deal. We have a Slack team even today for Rochester. I manage the WordPress Canada one, and I'm on a bunch of other ones for Canada Learning Code and various other things. So if you don't know how Slack works, trust me, it's very easy to use, but it's definitely one of those things you need to learn. And I did mention my good friend, James Birchill. James is amazing at teaching stuff. He has a lot of time management things, getting productivity. So he's been a really big help on that. And also learning about chatbots. So that's kind of another thing that I'm looking at for my business. So here are some other tools that I'm looking into. I haven't actually worked with them, but I've been hearing them quite a bit. One is Content Snare. And this is a way that you can capture all of your content, right? So one of the things you're going to want to look at in your business is content first. Before you start on a business, before the proposal goes out, you need to make sure that the content is ready and they're ready for you. So apparently Content Snare is really good for that. Personally, right now, I'm using OneDrive as part of the Microsoft tool. And then I just send it to my clients and say, here, I need you to put it in these places. Apparently, the one thing about Content Snare, it will remind people, it will organize it for you. So apparently that's a really good one. I mentioned also Better Proposals. That was another tool. Because I have Adobe, I have a tracking software already, but a lot of people are actually using a proposal tool like this that will also track when it got opened, how well they're doing it, whether they've signed it, it will notify you, those types of things. A couple of other things that I'm looking for is note-taking tools. I was a premium Evernote user for years, but then it got very limited in what I could get it to do. I'm primarily using OneNote, again, because it's already part of a product I use. This is where I was narrowing everything down. I looked at Notion, and I found it was getting far too hard to work with. I started doing stuff that was just, it was creating subpages and subpages. So I know it is quite advanced, and I know a lot of people use it. And I also hit a limitation of about 100 pages, and then you've got to pay for it. So I'm kind of still wondering about that one. So right now I'm using OneNote. But again, certain limitations with that too. And I'm also looking at CRM, so customer relationship management tools. And there isn't sort of one that sticks out among the others. There's things like Insightly and Keep, KEAP, and a bunch of others that are out there, but I haven't sort of found one that steps to the forefront. So here's just a couple of additional resources. If you are interested in joining the WordPress Canada Slack team, we operate one over at wpslack.ca. There is actually a WordPress Rochester channel, if you can believe it. We're close enough to you, so we consider you honorary Canadians occasionally. The WordPress.tv, which is where all of these talks go, and of course WordPress.org, where you find themes, plugins, everything else. This is just one that I typically do. I want to thank you all for everything that the community has given me. And a lot of the people in these photos, and I know that I've missed a bunch of people, have given me is the drive and the wherewithal to actually start this business. And to the WordPress community and all those people that I named before, I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you very much, and have a blessed day. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention is that my slides are on the link there. You can find me on Twitter with Namara Tech, my website, and my slides will be up shortly this afternoon, and I will also tweet those out. Steve, over to you.
Thank you, Shanta, for allowing us a glimpse into the world of starting your own business during these difficult times and the tools and resources to be successful. Now let's see what comments or questions we have. And we have a question from Jennifer Jones. I've launched my multi-site, but I'm now realizing I need to update like 100 designs to stay current.
Wow. Okay.
Any suggestions?
So I'm not much of a multi-site person. I like to stay away from it personally. It depends on what you're using it for. I know that through multi-site, you can use multi-site to set rules for all of your other sites. So if you're saying that there's a theme or something that you want everybody to use or a section to use, multi-site is capable of doing that, but unfortunately that's about where my knowledge ends with regards to multi-site. Like I said, I tend to, even when I'm using our tool called Dragon Teach, which I use to teach WordPress, every student gets their own installation. It's not multi-site, their own installation with cPanel, FTP access, all that kind of stuff. So Jennifer, if you want, we can maybe hop into a channel afterwards, and maybe I'll go into the happiness bar and we can chat more there, and we'll see if we can figure it out for you.
Okay, and we have a question from Trisha Isham. Do you know, is the Adobe Sign application a legally binding signature?
That's a good question. I'm not a lawyer. That's the
Okay.
But you know what? At very least, I would say that you have a trail, right? Which is even better than just sending a Word document or anything else, right? You've got a PDF. There's a signature on it, and you have emails to prove that it was there. You're sending it to a specific person, which hopefully in your contract you've determined this person is able to either legally bind the company in case of a contract, or that they are the person that is assigned to the project that has the authority to sign off on it. So I haven't delved into that, but at very least I know that the process for me works, and I'm able to at least track it, set reminders, and those types of things. So I would probably say it's on par with just about everything else.
I've got a question. I've always been someone who worked for someone else. And my question is how do you overcome the fear of failure of starting your own business?
My first one was attending a WordCamp. I literally was sitting in the WordCamp, sitting in one of those, one of the sponsor rooms, and it was literally a change in my head. Like I said, for 20 plus years, I never wanted to run my own business. My father wanted me to do it, and I never did. And it just clicked for me, finally, after all these years. And I've had so much support to do that. It has to be you. At the end of the day, it has to be within you, and you have to make that choice. Do you still want to work for somebody else, or do you want to make your own hours? That's usually one of the things there. And I finally decided, yeah, I want to deal with my own business, and I want to be the one who deals with it all.
Okay, we have a question from Jeremy Wyatt. Do you use development and staging sites? What's your strategy for moving content to production?
So that's a talk in and of itself. I know that Miriam Goldman is giving a talk later today dealing with local environments and moving them to production. So I'm going to leave that part to her. But what we used, yes, use a staging site, please, regardless of which hosting company you're working with. When you're looking for a hosting company, please make sure that they have this kind of feature. For those of you who don't know what a staging site is, it's basically a test site, or a sandbox is sometimes what we call it, where you can make changes and it's not affecting the live site that people will see. I use our own tool. My friend Kira at Wiley Solutions has her own tool. And so we have our own tool that we actually will spin up a site and in the background. So not everybody has that option. There are plenty of other ones out there. Most of the sponsors here have things like staging sites, and their team will also help you move that to the staging site. In terms of a business, however, what I would say is you want to make sure that your client signs off on every single piece, and you get paid for every single piece of that project before it goes live. Okay. I know that people like Nathan and Chris and all those guys have really good strategies for dealing with those difficult clients. But so I'll at least just say that make sure that when you are moving it from a sandbox to the live one, as far as in terms of business goes, please make sure that you have them sign off on everything and say, yes, this is what we agreed upon. This is what we agreed upon. And these are some of the things I learned in that project management course. So. Mm-hmm.
And we have some fans to say congratulations, Chad and Jennifer. Wish you the best on the new business.
Thank you very much. And to give you an idea, this behind me is the WAPU for Hamilton's WordCamp back in 2019. We call it the HAMU. So if anybody wants to come and join us on our meetup, you can find us on Meetup with the Hamilton WordPress meetup too. And we're talking about hosting in our next one, so that should be fun.
So thank you so much for sharing your personal journey today, from corporate drone to being your own boss, explaining the risks and rewards of running your own business. Thank you so much, Shanta.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
I'd like to continue the discussion. If you'd like to continue the discussion, you can hop over to the Slack channel at WCRock-2020-attendees. You can head to, or you can head over to wprochester.com/feedback to provide feedback on this session as well. Okay, I want to let you also know that we have a fun after party planned, so be sure to stick around for the closing remarks and join in the fun. These will both be happening on track 1. Join us back here at 1:45 for What I Wish I Had Known About Business with presenter Nathan Ingram, or join us on track 1 for What is a Plugin and How Do You Find the Good Ones with Michelle Hayes. Just a reminder, you can also check out the Happiness Bar to ask your WordPress-related questions and also check in on the sponsor rooms. You can find the links to the sponsor rooms here on the website. They're also listed in the attendee guide. The Happiness Bar and sponsor rooms will be available all day, even through lunch. We'll be back here at 1:45. See you then.
Hello, WordCamp Rochester. My name's Chad. Welcome to What I Wish I'd Known About Business with Nathan Ingram. But before I introduce Nathan, I'd like to welcome anyone just joining us this afternoon and remind you that we have 2 tracks of sessions today. Track 1 is geared more towards the WordPress novice, although there are some interesting talks for users of all levels in the track. Track 2 is geared more towards developers, those who want to attend sessions on getting more involved in the WordPress community, and business owners who want to learn more about building their customer base. So if any of those describe you, take a look at sessions in that track too. There's also a happiness bar. If you don't know what that is, think of it as a friendly place to ask any question you might have regarding WordPress. Ask for help with an issue on a website, ask for feedback on a website, or just hang out in there and see if you're able to help anyone who pops in there with their questions. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year. Right now, we'd like to thank GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, a liquid web brand, and WP Engine. Thank you. Let's get our session going by introducing Nathan. Nathan is the host at iThemes Training, where he teaches WordPress and freelance business development topics via live webinar. Nathan is also the creator of Monster Contracts, a service that provides contracts for WordPress client work that are battle-tested, attorney-analyzed, annually audited, and member-strengthened. As the founder of Advanced Coaching, he works with WordPress solopreneurs and business owners, individually and in groups, to help them become more successful in their business. Nathan has been working with clients to build websites since 1995. Wow. He is based in Birmingham, Alabama, where he has been an organizer for WordCamp Birmingham for several years. You can learn a lot more about Nathan at nathaningram.com. Welcome, Nathan. Please tell us what you wish you'd known about business.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nathan Ingram. I am from Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm the host at iThemes Training. I'm also a web business owner and have been since 1995, building websites for clients. I'm a growth coach for WordPress business owners. I love to help freelancers and agency owners grow their businesses by removing the common obstacles that get in our way. And I'm here at this event as an ambassador for Liquid Web and Nexus, who are sponsors of this event and my host of choice for many, many years. I'm excited about this topic today because it really is kind of a digest of the most important lessons that I've learned about being in business over the last 25 years. So 2020 celebrates 25 years of being in the web business working with clients. It's a long time, and I've learned a lot of things, a lot of hard lessons along the way, and hopefully I can share some of those with you today. Now, when it comes to these things, it could be said that I'm an expert, at least as defined by Dr. Niles Bohr, who said, an expert is a person who has found out by his own painful experience all the mistakes that one can make in a very narrow field. So by that definition, certainly I am an expert when it comes to being in the web business. And hopefully I can share some of the mistakes that I've made along the way with you so that maybe you don't have to make those same mistakes yourself. One other little note that I want to add as we get started today is that you are not alone. One of the things that I uncover as I work with freelancers and agency owners in coaching situations, and I've had hundreds of those conversations over the years, everybody who works, especially if you work from home or you work remotely, there's this sense of isolation that happens and very much an aloneness that we all tend to experience. And you're not alone. The things that we're going to talk about today are common struggles that everybody who is in the web business working with clients experiences. So maybe this is your first WordCamp, or you're new to the WordPress community, or maybe you're an old timer in our community. It's easy for any of us to think that everybody else has it together, and I'm the only one who has the problems that I face. Like, I'm the only one who struggles with difficult problem clients, or I'm the only one who deals with self-induced stress. I'm the only one who has the issues that happen with isolation, blind spots of things like mistakes I keep making, getting stuck in creative ruts, just feeling lonely. Or maybe I'm the only one who struggles with productivity, or I'm the only one who is constantly working in my business, doing work for other people instead of on my business and growing my own business. These are struggles that we all have. Now, the wonderful thing is that even in the middle of this pandemic, the WordPress community is awesome. So here at a WordCamp, or finding an online meetup or a social media community, you can meet others, you can partner, you can collaborate, you can help each other out and grow your business together even during this difficult time. So what I want to share with you over the next half hour or so are 10 lessons, maybe the top 10 lessons that I've learned over the course of the last 25 years doing web work with clients. And the first of those lessons is you don't have to know everything. You don't have to know everything. Now, in my story, way back in 1995, I started out doing everything. Like, I did anything that I could do to bring money in. I was just trying to make ends meet. And, I was a resourceful guy. I could do the tech stuff, and I could do things for people that didn't understand it. And, it was valuable, and they paid for that work. So I was doing print media design. I was doing some web design. I was doing IT support. I was even doing some video editing. And then the web happened. As I started focusing on the web, I realized I really enjoy this, and this is something that I want to focus on. So I stopped doing the other stuff, just focused on web. And then as the web grew and I grew as well in my business, I realized, there's too much in this web thing to know everything. So I've got to sort of pick an area that I'm going to focus on. And so I focused more on the design side of building out the website rather than being a programmer. And that continued for a while. Then WordPress happened. And so around 2008, I started tinkering with WordPress. And by 2010, every single site that I've built since that time has been on WordPress. So it was started out doing everything and then slowly narrowing that focus until now we build and manage WordPress sites in our agency. Now, the myth is that you've got to be great at everything, and that's simply not true. And that myth is oftentimes reinforced when you come to a tech conference, and especially an in-person conference where maybe you're kind of seeing if you fit in, or you're walking around the halls, and maybe you're here in an online presentation like this, and you hear somebody presenting and they sound so intelligent, like they have everything together, and maybe they start throwing out acronyms that you don't understand what they mean, and maybe you're pretending, like if it's an in-person thing, you're pretending that you do know what they mean, but you really don't. The challenge there is that imposter syndrome starts to creep in. And we get this idea in our head that because I don't know everything, I'm less than everybody else. You may be here listening to this conference, and what you do is you create websites for people. You just get themes and plugins, and you build websites. And you think, well, I'm not a programmer. I'm not really a great designer. I just put these themes and plugins together. I don't really do anything. Listen. You don't have to know everything, nor should you try. The WordPress ecosystem is too big for any one person to know everything. So you come to a conference like this, you engage others on social media, you can feel this imposter syndrome, like everybody else has it together except for me, and I hope they don't find out that I'm really an imposter, that I really don't know what I'm talking about, right? Like you're the only one who doesn't have it together. Everybody else knows more. Now, my 7th grade math teacher, Mrs. Lester, never said this thing, never waste the opportunity to use a good Venn diagram. And so here's a great one. A lot of times we have this idea in our head, like, this is how much I know, this little bitty piece up here, but this is what I think other people know. Like everybody else knows so much more than me. And it looks like the Death Star, right? But it can also be the death of you if this is your mindset. Because the truth of the matter really looks more like this. You know some things. Other people know some things. Occasionally those areas overlap. But there's some things you might know that other people don't know, and some things that you may be really good at that other people aren't really good at. So what is it that sets you apart? And if you want to know how to find that, ask the people you work with, ask your clients, ask other freelancers or other business owners that you work with. What is it that that you find most valuable working with me? Because you don't have to know everything. It's a myth. Do what you do best and find trustworthy partners for the rest. Now, in my experience, there's 3 types of people doing the web work. There are designers who make things look pretty. There are developers who make things work. And then the majority of people doing WordPress work are what I call assemblers. They're simply people who take themes and plugins and build sites for clients. And guess what? That is valuable. You are not less than. There is a difference between what you know and what the client knows, and that difference has value, so you can charge for it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just focus on what you do best and find partners for all the rest of the things. If you're a great website builder, you don't have to be a great social media person or a great SEO person or a great content writer. Partner with those people. I'm not a developer. I know enough PHP for self-defense, but I've learned what my strengths are, and I play to my strength, and I surround myself with other people who fill in the gaps where I lack. So do what you do best. Find trustworthy partners from the rest. I wish I'd known that years ago. The second thing I want to share with you is this. You are your most important asset. You are your most important asset. So don't neglect your physical or mental health. Now, in the geek community, I now lovingly refer to myself and others that identify like I do as a geek. We love the tech stuff. We tend to be sitting behind our desk looking at screens most of the day. We typically have really, really poor physical health. And that's a shame. It happened for me. So over the years, I gradually put on weight year after year after year. And it wasn't until last year that I really took the bull by the horns and I decided I've got to make a change here because I'm feeling terrible and, I'm getting older. So in 2019, I lost 100 pounds. It's crazy, right? 100 pounds. It was due to an eating plan and layers of micro habits that I built up in my life and business. The simple things like drinking plenty of water, eating correctly, just getting activity in. I'm standing doing this presentation. That's one of the habits that I have. Anytime I do a webinar or a call with a client, I've got a standing desk. It rises up. And so I just get some more activity in my body, getting the right amount of sleep. And what I can tell you is the cascade effect that getting in good physical health has had on my entire life has been amazing. My energy level's up, relationships are better. It's impacted my business productivity. It's incredibly important. And listen, you may be thinking, I'm the exception to the rule, right? I don't feel that bad right now. But the older you get, it catches up with you. You are not the exception to this rule. You've got to take care of yourself because you are your most important asset. So early on, one of my mentors told me, look, you can choose to work with your body or work with your mind. And, I chose to work with my mind, right? I'm doing tech stuff. And if that's the case, then there's something we need to realize. If you choose, if a person who chooses to work with their body, doing physical labor as part of their career, we say, that person needs rest, right? Like they've had a hard day at work. They're physically exhausted. They need to rest, no problem. But we work with our minds. And for whatever reason, the idea of us taking a mental break makes us feel weak. At least it did for me. And that's foolish. We've got to pay attention not only to our physical health, but also to our mental health in the tech world. The incidence of mental health issues among those of us who work in the tech community is incredibly high. Therapy, folks. Therapy is a powerful ally. The stigma around therapy, thankfully, is disappearing because, look, I'm not strong enough to deal with all the stress that I have to deal with sometimes. Anxiety and depression. I can't do those things alone. And you're not alone. There are people who can help you. There are people who can help you process those things correctly, but you can't do it if you don't have the tools. We've got to get meaningful rest in. We've got to take care of ourselves. Now, if you feel like a break is impossible, to take a break from your business and rest, look, find another person who is doing WordPress business like you are and, work out some sort of agreement where they can take a week off and you cover their work, or you can take a week off and they cover your work. Work those things out. You've got to take care of your physical and mental health. You are your most important asset, and you're not the exception to this rule. Third thing I learned over the years is this: debt is a ball and chain. Debt is a ball and chain. Money mistakes will cripple your business. Listen, being in business is like running a marathon. And if you're trying to run a marathon with a ball and chain around your ankle, you're not going to win, right? Being in business with debt is like running a marathon with a ball and chain. Debt, folks, is buying something today on the assumption that you'll have the money to pay for it tomorrow. And that is not an assumption we can make when we have our own businesses. I'm going to get to another point in a minute. Everybody has ups and downs in business. Business comes in cycles and seasons. There are up times and down times. And debt will destroy you during those times. And I know all about this. I know this very, very well because I spent my 20s getting into debt and my 30s getting out of debt. Listen, in my 20s, I got into $30,000 of credit card debt. $30,000. It was insane. But, we were in school, we were doing other things, and I just put stuff on the credit cards, thinking that at some point I'm going to make more money, I can pay this off. It was foolish. So if this is you and you're in that spot and you know what it's like to be in debt, maybe you're in debt right now, I can identify with that. I know what it's like sitting around in the evening at my kitchen table in a dark room with just one light on, with all my bills spread out over the table, wondering who I'm going to pay this month and who I'm going to have to push off till next month, and wondering how that was going to impact everything else. It's a terrible place to be. And I know exactly what that's like. What I can tell you is this: if you are in debt and you are trying to start a business, or you're in business, you've got to get free from that debt as soon as possible. If you're considering making the leap to start your own business, one of the first things I tell anybody who's in that spot, listen, if you're in debt, you've got to get out of debt if you want to start a business. Going into business with debt, it's like a ball and chain. If you can get free from that, it gives you more options. There's an old proverb that says, free yourself from debt like a gazelle from the hand of the hunter. And it's a beautiful analogy, right? Like, we've got to get ourselves free from this debt. You ever see a gazelle running away on the African savannah? He's gone, right? And we got to get ourselves free from this debt. Don't underestimate the importance of this. The weight of debt compounds your stress. It compounds the stress when business gets slow. It makes you take on bad clients that you wouldn't otherwise have taken because you've got to have the money to service the debt. The weight of debt compounds your stress. Financial pressures suck the joy out of being a business owner. Constant worry, constant pressure. Money mistakes will cripple your business. Fourth thing I want to share with you is this: the opposite of debt. Build recurring revenue as quickly as possible. Matter of fact, these are the two pieces of advice that I give to everybody who's considering starting a business. Get out of debt, build recurring revenue. You want to eliminate recurring expenses, build recurring revenue. By the way, reducing your personal expenses is so important. Getting out of debt is important because as you build recurring revenue in your business, and the best place to start there, by the way, is a great WordPress care plan. As you build that recurring revenue, money just comes in every month from service contracts. If it doesn't take you as much to live, then it doesn't take as many of those contracts to meet that goal every month. And all of a sudden, before you know it, you get to this magical place where your recurring revenue is paying your bills. And then you've got incredible freedom. So it starts with great WordPress care plans. Look, recurring revenue is critical for long-term success. It is virtually impossible to survive long-term in a WordPress business if you don't have recurring revenue. There's lots of ways to get it, but if you're building websites for clients, a WordPress care plan that's made up of hosting, backups, WordPress updates, and WordPress security, those four walls, that's the way to start. And you can add other things along the way as well, but you've got to build recurring revenue. Otherwise, you're completely dependent on sales for survival. You're completely dependent on clients to provide content for those projects so you can continue to get paid. That's a terrible way to live. It's outside your control. Build recurring revenue, and it really makes things so much easier. Fifth thing I want to share with you is this: focus on process, not heroics. Process, not heroics. Systems and processes make you better. Now, this is something I resisted for a lot of years. Today, I'm all about systems and processes. And if you have listened to anything that I've done in the past at WordCamps or online, this is one of the things that I'm known for. But this is not something that's been historically true of me. In the early days, I was just running my own business. I didn't want to be tied down. I wanted to do things how I wanted to do them. And I did so much by the seat of my pants. And it came back to bite me in that very same location. Now, here's what I mean by heroics. Heroics are things that depend on you and your heroism to accomplish. It's intuition versus intention. In other words, can your business run without you? And the classic example I use for this is a great example of shifting from heroics to process is writing down a great website launch checklist. Now, if you've been building websites for a long time, if you've been doing WordPress sites, you have a pretty good idea probably of how to launch that website and take it from development to live. And you may or may not have a checklist that you use. For years, I didn't. I could just do it intuitively out of my head. And what I realized was, if I was busy and I couldn't launch that website, I didn't have it, and I brought somebody else into my business to help me out. They didn't know my process. It was in my head. So I couldn't grow. I couldn't scale. And I found myself hitting the walls, and I couldn't grow my business because of that. We've got to get out of our head and start making consistent processes, writing things down on paper. Remembering how to do something is one of the things that can really drag down your productivity. If you have a checklist where everything that you do is written out in an ordered fashion, then it offloads that stuff out of your brain. It makes you more efficient, more effective, more profitable, and your business can scale. Systems and processes make you better. The other thing we have to remember in the context of this discussion is when you write down your processes and checklists, you can incrementally improve them. One of the things I realized, for example, on that launch checklist is that if I move step number 7 up here to step number 3, everything else sort of goes a little better. And so over the years, as I've run that checklist over and over and over again, I've refined it. I've got checklists for everything in my business now, but it didn't used to be that way. I had to remember everything in my head. I was running on heroics and not process. When you do this, when you start to checklist everything, it clears your mental desktop. It gets things out of your mind that you're supposed to remember. And by the way, our mind isn't very good at things we're supposed to remember. Our mind is good at doing what we're supposed to do right now. But if there's something I'm supposed to remember, that clutters up everything. So if you put that stuff on a list, your mental bandwidth increases and it positions you for growth so that when you get to that point of bringing in a contractor or your first employee, you've got all these processes on checklists you can just hand right off. And in my experience and in the experience of many of those who I've coached, the hardest part is training that new person to come on. And it's worse if you have no processes that exist. So focus on process, not heroics. These systems and processes will make you better. The sixth thing that I wish I'd known about business was there are seasons in every business, so don't waste the slow times. Here's what I see happen. It's happened to me so many times over the years, and it happens, I see this happening in people that I'm coaching right now. We have this thing with stress, like, oh my gosh, I've got so much work coming in, I'm so stressed. And then, oh my gosh, there's no work coming in, I'm so stressed. Right? So it seems like we're always under stress. What we have to realize is there are seasons in every business. What I've learned is that in most cases, the business always comes back. You're going to have busy times. You're going to have slow times. If you're in a slow time, the business usually comes back. So don't waste the slow times. I found such a great example of this here in the pandemic. This is a picture of our Costco here in Birmingham, Alabama. And with the order of the city, they were reduced to 20% capacity in the early days of the COVID shutdown. And they were an essential business, so they stayed open. But this is the brilliant thing that the management of this Costco store did. If you can see what's going on here in the picture, what are they doing? They're resurfacing their parking lot. It's brilliant. Now, this Costco is usually packed all the time. Like the parking lot is full. And for them to resurface their parking lot at any other time would have been a major business disruption. But now, look, they reduced to 20% capacity. It's the perfect time to do something they haven't been able to do before. So listen, don't waste the slow times. There are seasons in every business. You've got, you're going to have slow times. So what I do is keep a someday list. You know, there's a bunch of things I need to do to grow my business and make my business better internally, or other projects that I want to do for myself. And I just keep a list of those things. Yeah, they're on a list. They're over in Trello in my world, and they're offloaded out of my mind, so I don't think about them much. But then when a slow time comes, I can look at that someday list and pick some of the projects that I've been waiting on. Don't waste those slow times. Have a list of things that you can pick up and do. Maybe finally you get to do your work for a change, and it's okay. But by the way, when the times are slow, you don't always have to work. Enjoy some of the benefits of being a business owner, for heaven's sakes. Take a few days off. Enjoy your family and friends. Have a staycation. Do some stuff with your hobby. Don't let the stress of not being busy keep you from enjoying the downtimes. Business is stressful enough. Don't invent artificial stresses. All right, number 7. Something else I wish I'd known about business is that bad clients are never worth the hassle. Bad clients are never worth the hassle, but one great client leads to another. Now, as I listen to the story of other people doing business, it's a common thing. We all have had bad clients. If you get into a group discussion with freelancers or other business owners, eventually that discussion turns to somebody's bad client. And we've all had to take them just to make ends meet or put food on the table. But here's where the challenge comes. When things are going well and you've got enough money coming in to cover your expenses, we can be tempted to take a bad client just for the paycheck. And what I'm saying is they're never worth it. A bad client will cost you more. The money you make from a bad client is going to cost you twice as much in emotional capital and functional chaos. Bad clients are never worth the hassle. Now, I wrote a book about this. It's on Amazon called Dealing with Problem Clients, Building Fences Around Friendly Monsters. And I talk about some of the ways to prevent those problem clients from taking over your world. But what you have to remember is a client meeting is like a first date. And that's how you should think about it. You're getting the best version of that client you're ever going to see. So whenever I meet with a client the first time, I'm looking for icebergs. The tip of something floating above the surface that just doesn't quite, it's a red flag one way or another. It's usually much deeper than that. Like if we're eating somewhere and the client treats the server poorly, or if they have a previous developer who did everything wrong, these are things that we're really going to drill into because they're red flags that this might be a bad client. And you don't have to work with everybody, and you shouldn't work with everybody. And if you have a bad feeling about a potential client, listen to your gut. Now, the wonderful thing is there are great clients out there. They're not unicorns. You can find them. And it's in my experience and in the experience of a lot of folks that I've coached, the story usually happens like I had all these bad clients, and then I got this one client who was fantastic. They paid me what I was worth. They didn't really challenge my pricing. They treated me with respect. I was able to deliver value, and everybody was happy. It was wonderful. It was like this, the skies parted, and this new thing called a good client appeared. And the wonderful thing about this is, as soon as you experience that first great client, one great client tends to lead to another. First of all, because you get a radar for bad clients, and you realize, you know what? It's not normal to be treated this way. I've seen what it's like to be treated well. The other thing is that one great client, and in my experience, that one great client referred me to another who referred to another and another and another, and it just built out from there. Good people tend to move in packs, and good people refer good people to good people. So once you find that first great client, they tend to lead to the other. So if you haven't had that great client yet, just hang in there and remember that the bad clients, we all have to take them at some point, but they always cost you more. They're never worth the hassle. All right, the 8th thing that I wish I'd known about business over the years is don't be a hero. Don't be a hero. It's good to be helpful. It's good to be helpful. Matter of fact, I enter every client relationship with the desire to serve to the best of my abilities. That's why I'm there. But being a hero is different. It's a bad thing. Being a hero is working day and night, craving from the client to a negative extent, needing to be seen as the hero, needing the client's affirmation, and being crushed if you don't get it. And any complaint or criticism, whether it's legitimate or not, destroys you. This was the way I used to live when I worked with clients. If your self-worth lies in how other people view you, you're setting yourself up to be abused by bad clients, because some clients will take advantage of you if you let them, and they will bleed you dry. You can burn yourself out, and you will burn yourself out trying to please people. Trust me, I've been there. I've been through the whole burnout thing when it comes to clients, because some people will never be satisfied. Now, if you have a tendency toward this, and you probably know that you do, by this point of this slide, you know that you have a tendency toward this, and this is not, by the way, just a business issue. This usually appears in other areas of life as well. But if this is your tendency to need that affirmation from others, to crave it to the point where you'll stop doing important things in your life just to try to please this client, you need strong boundaries around your business. These are what I call the fences in the book that I wrote. You've got to be accountable to somebody. to keep those fences in place, to keep those boundaries in place. Because look, folks, there is more to life than building somebody a website. And for heaven's sakes, don't try to fix the client. That is outside the scope of work. You build websites. You don't fix clients. But I'm ashamed to say in the early days, I would work late nights. I would work weekends. I would ignore my family just to please the client, except in many cases, they were never pleased. Running a business does not mean being a doormat. So don't be a hero and don't try to fix the client. That's outside the scope of work. All right, last of all, number 9. Your business should serve you, not vice versa. You're the business owner. You can set your own priorities. You know, one of the great things about owning a business is that you're not tied down to somebody else's schedule. In my history and in my work history, I balanced my WordPress business alongside working with nonprofits, and my business empowered me to do what I felt like I was called to do at that time. So for the first 15 years or so of my business, I was also working in leadership in some various nonprofits. And, you know, there was kind of a sliding scale of time. Sometimes the nonprofit I was working for could afford to pay me so much, and so I had to make up the rest to make ends meet in my business. Sometimes it was more, sometimes it was less. But my business, I was able to structure my business to fuel what I felt like the calling of my life was for that point in my life. When I made my last change and left the last nonprofit we were associated with, I ramped back up to full-time business immediately, and my business allowed me to do that. My business over the years has served me greatly. Your business should serve you and not vice versa. You get to set your own priorities. You get to define what success looks like for you. This is another one of those things when you go to a conference and you see other people in business and they're talking about, oh, how they've grown their agency to 10 people or 20 people, or they're serving so many clients. That may not be your goal. You may not want that at all. For me, I never want employees. I have a couple of regular contractors I work with, no employees. I don't want the hassle of employees. That's a strategic decision I made. It may be right for others. It's definitely not right for me. I've created the business I want that serves the kind of life that I want to live. If you're not full-time and you don't want to be, don't think you're less than somebody that has an agency of 20 people. You get to set your own priorities, and you get to build your business to support those priorities. Don't build your business to reach somebody else's priorities. You figure out what success looks like for you and build the business that supports that. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to coach some really amazing people who have done exactly this. One in particular I think of was she built her business and she decided, I'm going to take 6 months off so I can have a baby. Now that's complicated, right? If you are a solopreneur and you're doing website work, it's complicated to do that. But she worked really hard to build systems and processes in her business and build enough recurring revenue so that when the baby came, she was able to take that 6 months off and spend time with her baby. That was her priority. That's what she wanted to do. And her business, she built her business to allow her to do that. There's somebody else that has built a great business so that he and his family he's a U.S. citizen, but they live over in Ukraine. And they do some work with a great nonprofit there. And he structured his business to simply bring in the extra money that he needs so that he can do what his life calling is all about. The wonderful thing about WordPress and our community is it gives us the tools to be able to create a business that fuels our life priorities, and you get to make those decisions. It's a wonderful thing. So if you feel like your business is running you, it's time to press pause and really look at what you're trying to accomplish and how that works. And then maybe make some changes so that your business serves you and not vice versa. All right, number 10, and the final thing in this talk, the 10th thing I wish I'd known about business is being busy is not a badge of honor. The Harvard Business Review back in 2017 published an article called Crazy Busy, the New Status Symbol. And it's funny, and they did the study of here's these two fake Facebook profiles. One profile was always posting about work accomplishments, always working late, doing these things for work. The other profile was posting pictures with leisure activities, playing golf, at the beach, spending time with the family. And they said, which of these two profiles is the more successful person? And people said the one who's posting work accomplishments. And that is a marked change, folks. It didn't used to be that way. The status symbol used to be having free time, not being busy all the time. Now, I'm a productivity geek. I'm always refining my methods so I can do more, be more efficient. But the purpose of productivity is not to do more work and be busier. The purpose of productivity is to create margin in your life for what really matters. For me, I divide every day into 3 parts. There's a morning, an afternoon, and an evening, and my family gets one of those. So if I want to do some stuff with my family in the morning, then I probably work that night. If I'm going to take the afternoon off and do something with my kids, I'm going to work in the morning and the afternoon. Or maybe I take a whole day off and I just work a couple of nights that week or the next week to make up for that. It's a simple way that I've devised to make sense out of creating margin in my life for what matters. Margin is the issue. Because in the end, people are more important than projects. We're not going to be remembered for the cool websites that we built. We're going to be remembered for the impact that we made on people, especially the people that are closest to us. And margin is the mechanism that allows you to make an impact, which means that sometimes you have to say no to good things so that you have the margin to say yes to great things. Don't just be busy. Busyness is not a sign of success. Having margin to do what you believe is the most important thing for your life, having the margin to say yes to what really matters, that's my definition of success. I wish I'd known that 20 years ago. Well, thanks very much. Those are 10 things I wish I'd known about business over the years. If any of that resonated with you or if you have questions, I'd love to hear from you. I'll also be, after this talk, I'll be in the Liquid Web Nexus sponsor room for a little while. If you'd like to interact there, I'd love to hear from you. Thanks very much.
Wow. Thank you, Nathan. I think everybody watching can relate to everything you said. I mean, I was watching the chat and we were just connecting with people. You were definitely connected with me. People really enjoyed that. So thank you so much for sharing those tips, that list. That was really invaluable. Let's move on to the questions, although there aren't any really questions, but that's expected of a presentation like this, although there is a lot of reactions and interest in this. So let's just, I'll just start by saying, holy crap, every point that you did say completely resonated with me. I mean, I'm experiencing some of those now. I'm experiencing some of them in the past. Hopefully I don't experience them in the future because now you told me. The Venn diagram one, starting out with, we all think that we don't know anything. So the Venn diagram going from the Death Star to the flower was really nice.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. I appreciate that. And one of the first and most important things to realize, the reason a lot of those things connected with you and others is because we're not alone in this. We're all. It's amazing how much of the same experience that we all share. The details may be different, but the experience is the same. And one of the things I try to help people, especially folks that are newer to freelancing, running their own business in the WordPress space or elsewhere, is just to realize that you're not alone in this, that the things that you think you're the only one struggling with, you're not. Because again, though the details may be slightly different, the issues are the same. And that one, especially about imposter syndrome and thinking, especially in the tech world, oh my gosh, I'm the only one who doesn't know what all these acronyms mean. And I'm the only one that has these struggles. Absolutely not. And in coaching, one of the things I like to do is put groups of people together who are roughly at the same areas and levels of business, because as we bring problems together and talk about those problems together, sometimes you realize, you know what, I had that same problem last month, or you know what, I'm having that same exact problem right now. Or maybe I have the answer to this person's question because I just went through it. And so it helps you feel better, and it helps everybody connect because the issues are so similar. The names of the clients may be different, but the issues are shared.
Definitely. There is a question from Kathy Sturman. The question is, systems and processes, where to start? Kathy, if you could clarify a little bit more, I think we definitely can answer it. But if you want to just take anything, go ahead. But Kathy, if you could clarify, I think that would help.
So if I had to guess, and Kathy, if I'm wrong about this, just tell me I'm wrong in the chat and give me the exact thing. But a lot of times when people wonder where to start with systems and processes, it's because they're looking at this whole, like, how do I go from no systems and processes in my business to having everything, super organized? And the answer is one thing at a time. So what I tell people who are at the point, okay, I realize I need to be a little more consistent in what I'm doing, and like I'm at kind of ground zero right now, is kind of look at your business, right? Look at all the stuff. Like, what are you working on today? And anything you're going to do again, take 5 extra minutes this time and make a checklist. It's not going to be perfect, but just write down the stuff that you did and write it down in order. And the next time you have to do that thing, you at least have somewhere to start. And every time you run that list, you're going to add to it, take away from, maybe move some points around. And over time, you start to develop checklists. Now, the gotcha in this is thinking, oh, I don't have time to do that this time. And maybe legitimately that's true, but most of us can take 5, 10 extra minutes while we're doing something that we do that's all up here and not on paper. Just take a few extra minutes, write it down, give ourselves permission for it not to be perfect, but just it's one thing at a time. And gradually over time, you build this library of processes that really start to make your business more systematized.
Kathy is saying yes. So on behalf of Kathy, thank you for that answer. Yeah. Gustavo is raving. He's saying, wow, man, I'm so with you on all these points. I was looking for practical tips at this talk, but your talk with such a human perspective was terrific.
Awesome. Gustavo, I appreciate that.
And that's really great. These camps have great balance of technical and human, and this one was it's both. It was the human aspect of the technical stuff. But yeah, I agreed.
So let me just mention something about that, if I could, Chad, and that's,
of course,
a lot of people who get into the WordPress business, like, they build websites. Hey, I like this. This is fun. I can do it. I can make money at it. What happens to a lot of folks, and this happened to me, is you get into it, you start learning the tech. Hey, I've got these themes and plugins, and I can build stuff for clients. That's awesome. I'm learning some CSS and PHP and whatever. And then 6 months into the process, you go, holy crap, now I've got a business, right? And so learning the business stuff is just as important as knowing the technical stuff if you're going to do this and enjoy this. Because otherwise what happens is if you pay attention to the tech, you become a great technician, but you fail on the business side, and you have to have both.
Absolutely. I think I don't see any more questions coming in. There were tons of comments and of appreciation. Thank you so much for sharing about what you wish you'd known about business. And if you would like to continue this discussion, you can hop over to our Slack channel at #WCRock-2020-attendees. You can head to wprochester.com/feedback to provide feedback on this awesome session as well. Thank you very much, Nathan. I'm just going to do a little closeout here.
Yeah, if I could, one thing quickly, Chad, I'll be over in the Nexus Liquid Web booth, and they have a sponsor booth, and I'm heading over there right now. So if you'd like to chat a little more, I'll be there for the next half hour or so.
Awesome. Thank you, Nathan. All right, everybody. I want to remind you that we have a fun after party plan, so be sure to stick around for closing remarks and join in the fun after the last session. These will both be happening in track 1. Just a reminder, you can also check out the happiness bar to ask WordPress related questions and visit the sponsor rooms. You can find the links to the sponsor rooms here on the website, or if you're on YouTube, go to the website, and they are also listed in your attendee workbook. The happiness bar and sponsor rooms will be available until 5:30 p.m. All right, this concludes What I Wish I'd Known About Business. Please join us back here at 2:45 for Nail the Sale, or join us in track 1 for Ouch! WordPress Accessibility That Should Not Hurt with Joe A. Simpson. Thank you very much. See you later. Hello, WordCamp Rochester. We're back. Welcome to Nail the Sale with Jocelyn Mozak. Before I introduce Jocelyn, I'd like to welcome anyone just joining us and remind you that we have 2 tracks of sessions today. We have 2 more sessions after this as well as closing remarks and a fun after party. So please stick around for those. There's also a happiness bar if you don't know by now. Think of it as a friendly place to ask any question you might have regarding WordPress. Ask for help with an issue on a website, ask for feedback on a website, or just hang out in there and see if you're able to help anyone who pops in with their questions. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year. Right now, we'd like to thank Yoast, Jetpack, and WooCommerce. Let's get our session going by introducing Jocelyn. Jocelyn has over a decade of experience building, running, and wrangling a WordPress website design agency, all while having 2 teenage boys at home. While her education in engineering certainly refined her technical and analytical skills, it is her passion for what she does that makes her an outstanding WordPress web designer. She is an expert in thinking outside the box and filtering out the key points amidst all the noise. In addition to running her agency, Jocelyn is a mentor and business coach to other creative professionals, helping them to build businesses that support the life they desire. And take it away, Jocelyn.
Thank you, and hello, WordCampers. So, have you ever found yourself in a situation where you've had an amazing sales call, right? Everything seems great, and you spent hours putting together the perfect estimate, only to send it off and discover that your definition of a reasonable budget and your client's definition of a reasonable budget are so far off from each other, it's not even funny? Or worse yet, you send it off and crickets? Seriously? Are you kidding me? All that wasted time and energy? So how can we ensure that when a lead comes in and it's somebody that we want to work with, when we send that estimate their way, the only thing they're deciding is which pen they're going to sign it with? That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to start off by talking a little bit about some sales call ground rules. Then we're going to dive into some of the essential questions you should be asking on your sales call. And finally, how to craft a proposal that has your prospect knowing that you are the provider for them. All right, so let's start off. Number one, it is not about you. I know the horrors. Isn't it always about us? But I know for myself, every time I felt anxiety about something, whether it's respect to a sales call or speaking or whatever it might be, it's because I've made something all about me. What's in it for me? How will we lose? I mean, we are service providers after all. Our job is to show up in service. It's not about us and our needs. It's about our prospects. And so when we show up in service, when we're able to focus on their needs over our own, we are better listeners. We ask better questions. Our stress level comes way down on the call because we're not worrying about ourselves. And we can connect. We can think clearly. We can be engaged in the conversation. And connection is probably one of the most important parts. It's that intangible thing in business that is really everything, because it's that piece that allows you to really feel into the situation with this person, sell from a place of authenticity, and also be able to really feel into and sense, is this someone I actually want to work with? Because just like Nathan shared, you get to say no. Just because someone wants to work with you does not mean you have to work with them. A sales call is an opportunity for a two-way interview. Either party gets to decide this is not a good fit if that happens to be the case. Because for anyone who's had a bad client, you've learned not every dollar in business is created equal. There are the customers where you would pay money to work with them. They're so much fun. And others where, quite frankly, they can't pay you enough. And so my best advice to you is trust your gut. If those little warning bells go off, you're allowed to say no. And if you're able to, refer them to someone else. But if there's someone where you're just like, there's nobody I would inflict this person on, you can leave it at no. I'm not taking on clients right now. It's not a fit, period. Just because they want to hire you does not mean you need to take them on as a customer. Now, this is a really important one. Whenever you're in a conversation, you are on this sales call to talk with them about what they need and why they need it, but we're never going to go into how you are going to make it happen. That's proprietary. How you do your job is your secret sauce. It is what you have spent years amassing information and education and hard-earned experience around. I mean, think about it. If you were to hire a contractor to build your deck, right? They talk with you about how you would use it and like what were the needs and the goals and the specifications. The contractor would instill in you a trust that he had done jobs like this before and he could build you the most amazing deck. But he most certainly is not going to tell you how he's going to do it. That's his craft. That's his job. And just like how you are going to do your job is none of your prospect's business, their bank account is not any of yours. If you've ever caught yourself thinking, I don't think they can afford this, right? I better not charge that much or mention this option. A lot of times as our prospect is sharing things going on in their business, as we're learning about what's going on in their world, our own money stories can start to bubble up to the surface, and we may start to inadvertently parent our prospect. We may start making decisions about where we think they should or should not be spending their money. That's kind of arrogant and, quite frankly, none of our business. Our job as business owners is to know what we can and cannot do, and what our own financial bottom line looks like, and what it costs for us to do what we do. And we need to share that with our prospect as us being business owners standing up in business saying, this is what a project costs. And trusting that they are also business owners, able to decide and make decisions in their own business for what makes sense for them. This is also in many ways why we need to remember that business is personal, and it's not. I mean, it is personal. It's two human beings coming together towards a common goal, moving their business forward. But this is also why if someone says no, they're not rejecting you. It's a not now. Something about this relationship and what it costs to make this project move forward and all the other pieces just isn't a fit for both parties at this time. And that's okay. And so the other thing I want you to keep in mind and remember is that you are a business. And if you go out of business, who can you help? Right? Our emotional strings can sometimes come up, and we may sometimes feel like, oh, I shouldn't be charging this much. But a really interesting exercise to go through. Well, one thing I'm just going to back up and state is that if you aren't knowing your numbers, right, and you aren't charging what you need to stay in business, and you go out of business, who are you able to help at that point? And so it does become really important that when you bid projects, you know how long a task is going to take and bid accordingly. The other thing I want you to think about is when you think about what a project costs, right? And let's say a project, you think, a prospect has come and you're thinking about this project and a number comes into your head. And think about if you were to charge, you felt bad, and for some reason you lowered your price and you charged 10% less. Think about the energy you would feel during that project, right? Would resentment come up? Would you have to be taking on additional work? Because at the end of the day, you do need to pay your bills, which means you do need an income. And if you aren't charging what you need to charge, you are going to need more work. Think about the stress level in that. And think about the resulting impact to that experience. Now let's think about that same project. And instead of discounting your price by 10%, let's pretend you raised your price by 10%. Let's now charge 10% more than you were originally thinking. How would that shift how you might show up in this project? How the freedom you might feel, the pleasure in someone you might feel, the appreciation you would feel, how you would show up in this project. You know, in many ways, oftentimes our customers are thinking they want to pay as little as possible. But really, they need to be paying what is appropriate, and potentially actually by paying a little bit more, if that empowers you to show up in a space of, I am completely in service, there is value around a higher rate, especially when you reflect on how that is going to show up, impact yourself. Because everybody in business wins when we as providers are able to show up as our best selves. So those are just some of the sales call ground rules. It's not about you. You get to say no. On that call, we can talk about what they need, why they need it, but we're not going into how we're going to do our job. Their bank account is none of our business. And likewise, we are responsible for ensuring that we stay in business so that we can continue to serve. And so that means we need to price what we need to price, period. And that's why it's so important to know your own numbers. So now with those ground rules in place, let's start to talk about some of the questions I want to see you asking on the sales call. So that way, by the end of the call, everybody is on the same page. You know what success is going to look like. You know what the goals of the projects are and what the investment is to make it so. One of my favorite questions to ask is why now? You can learn so much from this simple question. And one thing I will also state when it comes to an entire sales call, right? We want understand what matters to them. What are their priorities? You know, when the inquiry came in and you got this potential job lead and you pulled up their website and you looked at it, I bet you as a service provider could see all the things you think should be different on their website. But something is going on in their business that has caused them to reach out. And our job on this sales conversation is to learn what it is, because in this, we're going to learn so much. We're going to learn about the dynamics of their business, about what's coming up in the timeline of their business. We're going to learn about what matters to them. And so as you go through all of this, ask the question, shut up, let them talk, and take copious notes. Because when it comes down to effectively how to have a sales call and write a proposal that gets signed, it's really all about ensuring that you heard what they're needing. And then you're able to, when the proposal comes around, you write your proposal, reflect back to them that you, in fact, did hear what mattered to them. Because at the end of the day, they know their business, they know what they need, and that is what matters and the solution we are trying to provide. The next thing I love to ask is, how is your existing site letting you down? And I found the easiest way to ask this question is to by simply say, let me pull up your website. You will find the second you mention to someone you're pulling up their site, out comes the laundry list of absolutely everything they can't stand about their site. And that's perfect. This is what we need to understand. This is what we need to know. We need to understand what matters to them. So at the beginning, when we ask the kind of why now, we're sort of getting the timing in their business and the kind of the thing that finally broke the camel's back, that this needs to be dealt with because we've got a launch coming up or something is going on. But this will give you other clues and details, the things that are just irritating the heck out of them when it comes to their business's website. This is important because this needs to be fixed. We all know at the end of the day, we deliver a product, which is a website, but we deliver so much more than that. We deliver something that shifts their energy towards their business and how they are marketing themselves to the world. And so we want them to walk away with a website that they love, that makes them want to shout from the rooftops, I'm in business and check me out. And so hearing all those little things are really important, and they matter of what do I want. But trust me, when you reflect back to them some of these little points in your proposal, they're going to be like, yes, that annoying thing will finally be fixed. And that's important, because if it's bothering them, it's impacting them, and it's impacting their business's bottom line. The next thing to do is really help them lean into how this new website impact their business, and beyond their own business, impact their customers too, right? Because they have their own financial bottom line, so to speak, but their website not only impacts their business, but the experience of their customers potentially utilizing it. And so really helping them to ground in to the why now. What is going to be the change? What is letting them down in their current site? And once we take care of all these issues, we deal with the pressing thing that just showed up, we fix all these other things that you've just mentioned. Talk to me about what life is going to look like with your new website that has all these pieces in place. Tell me about how that's going to allow you to show up in the world. Tell me about your ability to now reach more prospects, to get more leads, all of the things. Tell me what even, you can even go so far as, what is a lead worth to your business? And being like, okay, if that is what every lead is worth to your business, and we're going to up your leads by this amount, and that's that many dollars to your business's bottom line, okay, yeah, I get it. Or something where internally they've been doing a lot of work that's been taking a lot of a person's time and is going to free their business up. They're going to free up all these hours so that person can do all these other things that are so much more important to the business's bottom line. Wow, I get that. Really helping to answer and even let them, in letting them answer these questions, talk themselves into how dramatic and important this is to their business. And then a little bit of kind of like digging the digging the needle in a little bit is potentially settling into what is the cost of not doing this. So you've got all these things going on in your business. You've got all these issues that have been kind of festering for a while now. And so if we don't do this project, right, it's 6 months from now and nothing has changed, what is the cost of that? And really realizing that this project kind of has to happen. And letting them really sink into for themselves what is possible with this project and what is the opportunity cost of not moving forward. But probably I want to say these are all really important pieces, but one of the main reasons you will find a situation where you think you had a great conversation, right? You thought everybody was on the same page, and you were. If you've asked all the questions and you really dug in with them as to why is this project needing to happen and what's going to be accomplished, and you've heard them, right? And you're doing all of the things, but the issue where suddenly you found out that your version of a reasonable budget and theirs are so far off the mark, it's because you never talked about what is a reasonable budget. You've left it in this kind of hazy space. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we need to know, we understand that it's a person we want to work with. We need to know that it's a project that we can deliver on. We need to be sure that we've heard them. But we also, and we want to work with them, but we also need to know that the money part of the conversation is going to work or it's not going to work. One of the ways I love to sort of get this information is through utilizing an intake form. And some of my questions on it are, of course, the standard, what's your name, what's your email, what's your website, which gives me a chance to, of course, go peek at it. How did you find out about us today? Gives me some clues for that initial conversation. What made you reach out? Again, more clues. What is going on in their world? All of this helps me walk into that sales conversation with a better understanding of what's going on for them, right? I mean, the goal in business, right? If only we could mind read. Well, the way you mind read is you ask the question and you let them share what's on their mind. And what investment do you have allocated for this project? And I actually love to use a form which has a drop down with specific numbers, because this really helps to pre-qualify who even gets on my sales calls. Anything below a certain number, I just call it a mini project. And you can see here, I have actually $6,000 to $8,000 pre-selected, because in my business, that is my sweet spot. And so by it being pre-selected, if they might look at that and be like, oh, I didn't quite want to spend that. And so if they select away from it, they kind of are walking into the sales call sort of knowing we might be sort of revisiting some of those higher numbers. At the same time, let's say they have a budget of like $100,000. They're going to look at my ranges and be like, she's not the provider for us, which is fine. One of the ways you become successful in business is to some degree to become a little boring. Knowing what you do and what you do well allows you to bid projects really easily and nail the amount of effort that's going to go into it. For a project that stays between like $5,000 and $10,000, I can usually like dead on estimate what it's going to cost, and I'll know my profit margins. And so that really is who I'm wanting to attract. Likewise, I don't get tire kickers. Someone who's got a $1,000 budget isn't even going to hit submit. And that's perfect, because that's not a conversation that's going to work out either for where I am in my business. Another fun question to ask is asking them how much they've invested in their business over the last couple of years with respect to their website. This is also really helpful because it sort of lets you know what their ongoing, investment has been. They'll probably, if they've been doing an ongoing investment, they've probably been sharing with you a few things about their most recent experience. And always keep your ears open, because if there's horror stories about the past WordPress developer, just be careful, you might become the next one. And so it's always good to just kind of listen to what they're spending and what their experience is, and potentially who they're pointing fingers at. It's just always good to listen. And if you ever hear any red flags, please encourage them to share more of that story. Sometimes it's the other developer, but sometimes there's something else there. And so do let them share. And at the same time, this will also sometimes cause them, if they haven't been spending any money, like, well, we kind of put it up and ignored it. It will also help them settle into the realization of, it might be time to do another investment. And that's okay. That's why they're here to talk to you about it. But it helps to sometimes anchor in if maybe they are spending a little bit more than they might have been originally hoping. You can also point blank ask them this question. If you don't have it in an inquiry form and you haven't had a chance to ask it, ask them, what investment do you have allocated? And notice I use the word investment because they are investing in their business. This is a much softer word than budget. But really, what do they want to invest? And the goal of investment is to have a return on investment. So they're not just throwing money at you just to waste. This is a legit investment. And some will let you know, others might push back. They might be like, well, it's your job to tell me how much a project's going to cost. To which I'm like, fair enough. But here's the thing. I've done $2,000-$3,000 websites. I've also done websites that are well over $25,000. Do you think those are the same website? No, they're really not. And just like when you go out to buy a new home, your realtor wants to know kind of how much you want to spend. So she shows you, if you're wanting a mansion, she doesn't show you a duplex and not vice versa. I kind of need to know what space we're playing in so I can share with you solutions that are appropriate to your investment. And I'm also going to ensure that the return on that investment is appropriate, right? I'm not just going to have you throw money at the problem here and just throw it away for the heck of it, but I want to make sure that, we're aligned. And if you can't anchor me into anything, it's really hard to have the next part of the conversation. Now, let's say they filled out the form and they gave you a range, or they answered the question, and you basically have a point where you sort of have gotten out of them, this is sort of what we're looking to spend. And so if that's the case and they've shared everything with you, this is like the ideal, right? This is the perfect dream client. This is where a project came in, it hits your sweet spot. They want to spend pretty much what the investment you're typically looking for. You've gone all through all the questions, everything's feeling good. This is feeling like let's move forward. And so at that point, you can simply say, you were indicating that you were wanting to spend about this much. And based on the conversation we've been having today, I believe we can achieve those goals. And so if that's the case, the only question is, so if you had my proposal in your hot little hands tomorrow, would anything stop you from signing it? This is important. This is the kind of like any last words question, or any last question statement, right? Because this is where you may find out, oh, there's a business partner. Oh, we have a board. Oh, I have a spouse. Oh, I'm getting 5 more estimates. And if any of these things are coming up, I put a lot of work into my estimates. And so until I know that we pretty much are a sure bet for moving forward, and I'll tell them this, I'm not writing it up. I'm not actually spending the time for it. Now, if really good if you have the person who can actually say yes or no to moving forward with the budget on that call, so you don't find that you just spent 20 minutes talking to them only to find out that they're not the person who can make a call. But really what you want to find out at this point is to point blank be saying, look, I've heard everything you need. I can certainly make this happen. We've talked about the goals. We've talked about the schedule. We've talked about the dollars and cents. As far as I can see, we are good to go. And so from your perspective, anything that would stop you from pulling the trigger, if there's anything, let's talk about it. Now, what happens if instead we have a budget issue, right? They say they want to spend $5,000, seems great, but over the course of this conversation, they suddenly want the Apple website, right? And you're like, well, you know, Apple had a little bit bigger budget than that. That's fine. But here's the thing. We need to address this. And so that's where you can simply say, look, you know, after listening to everything you shared, your goals, your dreams, you've got amazing things you want to do. I get it. I'm with you. But you indicated you wanted to spend about this much. And based on our conversation, your investment range is going to need to look a little bit more like this. And then you're quiet. They're now hearing news they probably weren't wanting. They may have known it at this point, but they're hearing that there's a disconnect, there's a problem. What they want to invest and what it's going to cost to work with you, there's a discrepancy. Be quiet. Let them take that in. Let them absorb. One of the things we tend to do when we're nervous, and especially around money conversations, is talk too much. This is where we want to talk less. Let them absorb and see what they say. Now, it's very possible what they say is, you know, you're right. You know, we were hoping to only spend this much. Yeah, I mean, I can even hear in our conversation today all the things we're looking to achieve. You know, I'm super impressed with your agency. I really do believe you're the agency to get us there. I hear the value. Yeah, it's more than I wanted to spend, but let's do this thing. And you go, wonderful. If you had my proposal in your hands tomorrow, would anything stop you from signing it? Again, any last questions, any last objections, let's talk it out. These objections, these questions, these things exist. Just because we don't ask this question doesn't mean it's not there. And so let's bring it to the surface. Let's have the conversation. Let's address these issues. Because the last thing we want to do is to have these unanswered questions. We think everything's hunky-dory. We write the estimate, we send it off, and nothing. It's not what we want. We want to work with them. So let's find out any last things that we need to have on this conversation so everyone feels ready to move forward. Now, what happens if instead they go, oh, my Lord, you know, they're just like, wow, that was a bigger number than I was expecting. We just can't. Not a problem. I get it. I'm a business too. So here's what we can do. You never lower your price. What you do is you take away services, and that's fine. You can simply say, look, we've talked about all these things, and if I heard correctly, you have all these things on your priority list, and they're all important, but the most important one right now sounds like this. Do you agree? Okay. So your highest priority is this thing. We can certainly tackle that highest priority for the budget you have. And so what I would suggest we do is, instead of doing all of this at once, we break the project up into phases. We tackle the most critical thing right now for the budget that you have. We get that done, and then we reevaluate the other pieces. And again, we are creating value to their business, right? This investment they're making should have an ROI. So if we're doing our part right, we should be helping their bottom line such that right now they can invest a certain amount to get through that first most critical hurdle. But they should also be moving forward in business such that in 6 months, in a calendar year, whenever appropriate, they will have the bandwidth and the financial resources to do the next pieces. And it will also give us a chance. This potentially could be, you never know. This could be a story where they got burned in the past. You never know when it comes to money, right? Sometimes starting small is simply, they just want to put their foot in the water, and that's completely fine. So let's deal with the most important thing Let's do that, and we'll look into the other items. But again, the most important piece here being you never lower your prices. You simply prioritize and decide what you're going to focus on right now. And the other things can probably wait. Back to our famous question, right? We've had this, we say, how does that sound? They go, okay, that seems reasonable. Wonderful. So if you had my proposal tomorrow, would anything stop you from signing? And when you do all these pieces, when you really lean into why now and understand what's motivating them and what's falling apart and what's not working in their current business, and really understand what their values are, what is important. A lot of times they will also come to you thinking they know the answer, right? They'll say, I need this. But if you dive deep with them to understand what results are they looking for, right? Don't take that they can diagnose our service professionalism, right? We are actually the professionals when it comes to the how. And so we may very well say, you thought you wanted this, but this is actually how we can get to what you need. But why and what their goals are, all of that is what we are here to understand. And so when you understand their goals, when you really understand in their words, in their values, how this new website or project, whatever services you're providing for them is going to transform their business, you help them to see the cost of inaction, which they've probably already been feeling, right? Because something has been there and it's been slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And now there's this critical moment. Something is launching, ads are going out, something is happening, right? And if we don't take action, what's this going to cost your business? No wonder we are having this call today. And making sure you've talked to them about any final questions, any hiccups, any concerns, anything that would stop them from going forward. And we've decided we like them. Now we get to write the proposal. So how do you write a proposal that converts? Well, a lot of writing the proposal is utilizing their language reflected back to them. I mean, really, that is the main purpose of having the sales call and what they're looking for when it comes from a proposal. They're not wanting to hear all the gobbledygook of how you're going to do your job. Really, what a customer is looking for is to see that you heard the result they were looking for, and you instilled in them the confidence that you actually could pull this off. You have a track record for pulling this off, and you can do it within a budget that works for them. That is what they're looking for. And so as you write your proposal, use the words that you were so diligently scribbling down while on that sales call, while you let them do all the talking about life from their perspective. Instead of you doing all the talking, telling them about how great you are, and sitting down to the proposal and realizing you really know nothing about their values, their needs, their priorities, their goals, and the world according to kind of what they're wanting. Now, this proposal outline, let me see if the prior slide, I don't have it on this one, loosely follows the WP Elevation proposal. And I have at the very end of this presentation a link to it. You can download it for free. So I just want to give credit where credit is due. But essentially what I'm doing is utilizing all of the pieces that I got through that sales call to write the proposal. So I can crank out proposals in like 15 minutes because I simply allow the customer to use their language to reflect back to them. So the welcome is essentially using the why now. It's saying essentially, some critical tipping point has happened in the business, and this business realizes it's time to take these actions for these goals. And so we are coming together to work together to achieve this goal through the website for this business. Then I dive into the customer and the business needs. Basically, what is the ROI of this project? And it's really going into and reflecting back to them. These are all the places that your current site is letting you down. And this is all the ways the new site is going to positively impact the experience and the effectiveness of your business's bottom line and the customer's use of it. And if we don't do this, this is the cost of inaction. Then you can go through the project scope and timeline, talking about here's what we're going to achieve. And again, we're going to use all of this stuff, though, in the words of what and why, not necessarily the how. This is all about reflecting back what we're going to do and why we are doing these pieces. We also want to introduce scope here and timeline and expectation. You do not get infinite revisions, right? This is the number of revisions included. This is who is going to supply the content. This is when the content will be supplied. This is the flow. This is the expectation of when things will be provided by me, as the developer, and provided by you as the business owner. And here is the consequence for any delays. This is where we really define what the flow of a project is going to look like, what success is going to look like, and what expectations are going to be. This is all about setting ourselves up and setting this project up for success. And then we want to include the investment. Now, this, at this point, should not be a surprise. You guys have already talked about this. We already said what the budget should be. And so this should be a no-brainer slide. This should be one of those things where the customer is going to get your estimate. The first thing they're going to go to is that page of investment. What's it going to cost? They're going to see the number they expect. They're going to go, great. It's exactly what I expected. They're going to go back to the beginning. It's going to be a welcome. It's going to reiterate why we're doing this project in the first place. They're going to go, yep. You're going to go through all of the benefits to the customer and the business's bottom line. And they're going to go, yep, yep, yep. You're going to go through the scope and the timeline, and they're going to be like, okay, that's the flow through this project. Looks good. They're going to get to the investment, check it off, and then next steps. It's important to include a next steps in your proposal. Just like on a website where you don't let them get to the bottom of the page without telling them what's next, extending the hand of saying, schedule a discovery call, or, check this out, or do whatever. Same thing here. Explicitly tell them what to do. Great. Your next step is to sign this proposal. Then you're going to send me the deposit. After that, we're going to schedule the kickoff call. Make it crystal clear and guide them for the next thing to do. And please make sure you have a legal section. This is so important. And I highly recommend, Nathan Ingram has an amazing contract solution called Monster Contracts that is designed for us. It is built for those of us doing website builds and those of us doing client care plans. Make sure you have legal, if nothing else. And of course, have it reviewed. Any legal that you have picked up, purchased, or whatever, if you haven't had, I find the most cost-effective way to do legal is to use something like Monster Contract, where you can take an existing template and then have your own legal person look it over and make sure everything's good for where you live, for your things, cover your own legal CYA, right? But make sure you have this in place. And so again, your proposal, it's going to have that welcome. It's going to go over essentially why we're doing this, what the flow of working together is going to look like, what the cost is going to be. No surprises here. Tell them the next step, which is sign the darn proposal and send over that deposit. And finally, make sure you have your legal in place. Some of the resources I like to use when it comes to my proposals is I use Better Proposal. I got this off an AppSumo deal, I don't even know when ago, but it's amazing and it's so wonderful because I have past templates, which makes it super easy. That's one of the reasons I can do a proposal in 15 minutes or less, because I've got past ones. I just pull the pieces I need. You can email it to them. They can sign it online. They can immediately pay the deposit. 1, 2, 3, it's done. And it just makes it super easy. It also allows you to know if they've opened the proposal, which is always good to kind of help you in that follow-up window of, Did it just go to spam? Are they ignoring it? Have they opened it 10 times? It kind of gives you that peek into what they're doing, tells you how long you're on any given page, which can be really helpful too. If you see they're hanging out on a page, it can kind of help you with a targeted email to send them. But I found that to be really helpful for myself. A link to the WP Elevation template, which I share here. Monster contracts. Nathan was super sweet to give me a coupon code. So if you use my last name, that gives you a discount. So win-win. Chris Lama also has a great little, he did a short podcast episode on the 3 proposal option, which is really kind of a cool one about good, better, best as a way you can just structure things if you want to do more than just, here's the one price point, giving people the opportunity to sort of choose what they want and how you might position that. And then Jennifer Bourne also within Profitable Project Plan, because I also, again, want to give credit where credit is due, has also some of her sales, free sales formula, which there are bits and pieces of that interwoven into this presentation. And so those are just some great resources when it comes to sales. So I am Jocelyn Mozak. I am the founder and owner of Mozak Design, a WordPress web design agency based in Portland, Oregon. I'm also a business coach and mentor to other creative professionals, helping them to create lives they love, and essentially very similar to what Nathan said, putting them in a place where they're running their business and their business is serving them as opposed to their business running them into the ground. Because we didn't start this to get run into the ground. We started our business to create lives we love. So let's do that. So with that, do we have any questions? I don't have a pulse on my time here, so I don't know where we are for time, but did any questions come up?
Hi, Jocelyn. Thank you very much for that presentation. Yes, there are some questions.
Oh,
I actually have one. I'll ask after this one, but let's see. Trisha. Hi, Trisha. Trisha asked, what types of projects do you define as mini projects, and how do you handle those? Taking the potential client through the same intake process, etc.
Yeah, I kind of use mini projects just to price anchor. It's really kind of my way of clearly saying this is not what you're going to pay for a website. When it comes to a mini project, I don't per se do a ton of those, especially with one-off cases. The mini projects are more things I'm doing for existing clients where, because most of my process typically is that customers come into my agency sort of in one of two ways. I'm either usually doing the full build for them, and then I put them onto care plans, which is great for reoccurring revenue. Others have said that also. I mean, the reoccurring revenue has been a godsend this year and even last year as I went through breast cancer. It's a beautiful thing having ongoing income, especially when you may or may not be up to par when it comes to sales and marketing your business. And so typically when it comes to those mini projects, it's probably more for an existing client. And at that point, it sort of depends on the client as to whether I am project speccing it or just doing hourly. The other way I've been seeing customers coming into my business, and I'm seeing more of it this year, and I suspect I'm going to see more of it going into next year, is I'm getting less inquiries for redesigns. So people are tightening their pennies is a little bit of what I'm seeing, a little less, I'm just going to spend however much on a new website. Instead, I'm seeing a shift to getting more mileage out of the existing one. And again, I think we're going to see more of that. And so I'm finding more people coming onto my services as care plan clients, which is kind of great because then that turns into the mini client, because when they come on as a care plan client, one of the first things I do is run them through a full-blown audit. That usually bubbles up not only the reason that made them reach out, which is like, okay, I finally got hacked because I haven't dealt with my site in the last 2 years, right? But also bubbles up, oh, by the way, I noticed you also don't have your padlock and you don't have this, and what about this? And suddenly we have ourselves a mini project. So that's kind of more or less the way people are coming in. And again, I could be completely wrong, but something is telling me that going into next calendar year, there may be more of opportunities for us to form the relationship not necessarily with a new shiny car, but instead doing those oil changes on the existing one and being like, okay, guys, you want to squeak some more years out of that. I get that. Here's what it's going to take. And that may turn into the mini project. But again, the main reason it's on that form is much more a pricing messaging goal in my attempt.
Thank you, and thank you, Tricia, for that question. We're like a little bit over, but I'm not being told to.
You're not being booted out, so we'll just do one more.
My question is two sides. Like, how do you deal emotionally with people that never respond, or just maybe? So that's one. How do you deal with not getting the sale, but from a ghost? Not like them saying no, but people ghosting. And then, do you follow up? How often? And how often? Like, following up, they always tell you to follow up, but like sometimes it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. So, all right. So 2 questions there. One is being ghosted.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons I have all the questions I have. Right. I don't actually typically get ghosted. The reason you get ghosted, I think, let me go back to where I have like the laundry list of questions, is by not really asking all the questions. I think getting ghosted is where you haven't been able to dig deep enough as to what's going on, what's the situation, and asking some of those questions that can feel maybe uncomfortable at the beginning. I mean, a lot of people don't want to have the money conversation, but it needs to be had. And if you don't have it, you're throwing a dart and they're receiving a dart and you haven't had a chance to even talk it through. You know, it's much better to face be like, wow, that's not what I wanted to spend. Okay, I get that. Well, let's come up with plan B. Or literally, you may very well end that sales call being like, and I'm not writing the proposal. Like, you can very well get through that sales call and be like, this isn't going to be a fit. It's just not going to be a fit, and that's okay. The other thing that's helpful is having that online tracking can be helpful too, because if you send it off and they haven't opened it and it's been a few days, it probably went to spam. And so that allows me to follow up with the like, hey, literally just checking in, did the thing end up in spam? And they might be like, oh my God, yes. Or it gives you that, it helps you figure out when to sort of interject with what's going on. Another thing that I haven't really done, but I suppose you could also do that they talk about is scheduling a meeting from a meeting. So another way to do that, if you really wanted to kind of push it, is be like, okay, so we've been through the money, we're going to sign it, we've been through like anything stopping you, like we've been through it all. So like, I'll get you that proposal tomorrow and you're going to sign it. And since you're signing it, let's get that kickoff call in the calendar. And so get yourself on their calendar might be another approach. But yeah, I don't find that I get ghosted, and I honestly have very high conversions, compliments of this. Now, I will say in this calendar year, I have actually started experiencing my first couple where it's not just a no-brainer conversion, which I can tell you I have not enjoyed. I missed the year, but that's just me being honest. I don't know that everyone's mileage is the same, but I can know I personally am getting the sense that, I mean, people spend money when they feel optimistic, when they see promise, when they see possibility, when they believe in the future. And so what I am noticing is some projects that I'm pretty certain like would have gone through no problem, I'm kind of getting I changed my mind. And I really got the feeling that has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do whether the bid was 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. It's really actually a person's own. And I think that's a bit of a challenge we may be facing right now, is people spend when they believe in investing in their future. And when you feel like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a business, I don't know if I can trust things, I don't know, like, I suspect that energy, not to be a downer, I'm just being honest, that I think that energy just may mean that things might feel a little harder, and we might just have to hustle a little harder, right, on some of these things, and just know that, again, it's not us. This is not personal. It feels right. Personal, but it's not personal. It's two people deciding if they're moving forward, and maybe it's just a not now as opposed to a no.
Right. Thank you for that answer. We do have to wrap up now. So
Okay, well, I'll also be over. I'm going to head over to the GoDaddy Pro space. So if people have questions there, I'm also happy to be on video and answer any questions at that point too.
awesome. Thank you so much for sharing today. This
Hey,
was
no
Nailing
problem.
the Sale. If you'd like to continue the discussion, you can hop over to our Slack channel at hashtag WCRock-2020-attendees. You can head to wprochester.com/feedback to provide feedback on this awesome session as well. Join us back here at 3:45 to learn about designing websites that generate leads. After that, we'll be having there's one more after that. Just a reminder, you can also check out the Happiness Bar and the sponsor rooms as they're open until 5:30. We're back at 3:45. See you then. Hello, WordCamp Rochester. Thanks for coming back and hanging out with us. Welcome to Design Websites That Generate Leads with Bill Rice. Before I introduce Bill, I'd like to welcome anyone just joining us and remind you that we have 2 tracks of sessions today. We have 1 more session in each track after this, as well as closing remarks and a fun after party, so please stick around for those. There's also a happiness bar where you'll be able to ask WordPress-related questions and offer help to others. And don't forget to visit our sponsor rooms. You can find the link to the rooms on the website, and they're also listed in your attendee guide. The happiness bar and sponsor rooms will be available until 5:30, so please take advantage of those. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year. Right now, we'd like to thank Ionos, Yoast, and GoDaddy Pro. Let's get our session going by introducing Bill. Bill Rice is the CEO of Kaleidico, a digital agency specializing in lead generation. Bill regularly writes and speaks about designing lead generation systems and platforms that deliver consistent sales growth. I actually had the pleasure of seeing a very similar presentation last year at the New York City WordCamp from Bill, so you're gonna love this. All right, Bill, take it away.
Thanks, Chad. Super excited, guys, to be here with you all in Rochester virtually as we're doing things these days. But this is one of the favorite presentations that I give because I know so many of you are here to learn more about how to leverage WordPress, maybe in your own business or even as a provider, freelancer, contractor, agency. And to me, this as an agency owner, going from bootstrap to 15 years later, this really has been the key secret to making all of that work. So before we kind of get fully into the presentation, this is always my #1 question. Where can we get the slides? And so if you go to this link, I don't ask for your email or anything. You can just simply click the button and download the slides. And I think in this particular presentation, I really feel like this is important and encourage you to do this because this essentially, as I go through it, is really my swipe file for whenever I'm building or designing a new website for a client to kind of help me keep myself focused on what it takes to get those visitors that are going to come to that website to actually inquire with that business and to actually generate a lead. And of course, if you're generating leads for a client or you're designing websites for a client that generate leads, ultimately you can charge more. You definitely have a higher level of client satisfaction. So take a look at that link. It will be back here at the end of the presentation as well. But again, encourage you to go ahead and grab the slides and use them in your own projects. Agenda-wise, we're going to go through a couple things. I actually want to talk a little bit about just sort of buying online, because I think whenever we're designing and developing websites in WordPress, it's helpful for us to really kind of step back for a second and think about buying behaviors, maybe even your own buying behavior, such that we're constructing user experiences to make that happen. Then I'm going to go through just some basics of lead generation. A lot of people don't really think about or haven't thought deeply enough about lead generation when they're working with WordPress. We're going to talk about some essential elements. This is made even easier with Gutenberg blocks and those sorts of technologies that WordPress is incorporating. And then ultimately, I'm going to get into the swipe file portion of this. And this is really design patterns. As a former software engineer, design patterns are a thing that we use to become efficient, but they're also things that users get accustomed to and therefore sort of invokes just a subconscious behavior, which is really powerful in lead generation. And then, of course, going to leave plenty of time for questions, and hopefully you'll challenge me with some of your own problems here in this area. So why are we here? I think it's really important to just understand the importance of why you might listen to this, or even just sort of frame your mind as to where you're kind of going to get value from this. I know a lot of us, and this is where I started my agency, are using some premium or pre-designed WordPress themes. Maybe we're implementing them for clients, or maybe we're slightly tweaking them and iterating on those themes. But for the most part, if you go into ThemeForest or any of these theme repositories, or anywhere you can buy these, Studio Press and these sorts of things, you will see a very consistent deficiency in each and every one of these themes that make them essentially ineffective for generating leads. And there's really a reason for that. Oftentimes because they are premium themes, and again, you may be looking at these as models for your own theme design. They generally don't have a specific purpose. A lot of these are Swiss Army knives, so they're meant to kind of do a whole bunch of things and probably not the core thing very well. So oftentimes they're designed without that specific purpose that you want to be able to deliver to your clients. They're also designed sort of without the knowledge of what you're really trying to accomplish. Again, these generalized themes are built to sort of accomplish or sort of fulfill some very basic theme needs, but they're not designed with knowledge of the business in mind. And then, of course, we can ultimately, and this is kind of what this presentation is designed, whether you're working within a premium theme or you're iterating maybe something the client already has, or you're developing your own theme from scratch, we can fix all these by just using some of these proven patterns. And then ultimately, this is what hopefully you're all here for, and hopefully I can show you how to do, is to learn to charge more for your websites. And I know a lot of people are sort of giving away their time and talent because they just feel like they can't charge more. And some of that is probably relative to just sort of feedback you've gotten from clients in the past. Oftentimes they say, hey, redesign my website. But what they really should be saying is, how can I make more for my business through my website? If we're not accomplishing that, it's going to make it really difficult for us to charge the appropriate amount for our time. So the buying process, it all starts here. And again, this would be helpful for you to reflect on how you buy things, how you make decisions online. But ultimately, the first place you need to start whenever you're thinking about a design is, what is this business and what are their audiences and customers doing or needing to do? What does that buying process look like? And so often we talk about sales funnels, even when we're talking about marketing, especially when we're talking about sort of online marketing, of them coming at the top of the funnel with some awareness and sort of moving down through that. And it's a really good sort of analogy to kind of think through how people make decisions online, but it really doesn't reflect the behavior that actually occurs. And I think when you're designing some of the patterns that you need to invoke, and we're going to talk about later, you really actually have to have this sort of mental picture in your mind, where I talk about the sales cyclone. People are bouncing in and out. They're seeing you in different places online. It could be social media, it could direct to your website, it could be at a Google search, could be through an email. And they're bouncing in and out of this site. And then ultimately they can make inquiries, maybe even multiple inquiries at different times. So it's really important to sort of account for different places in this cycle. There might be times where they come to the website, they're trying to figure some things out and they want to do more research. But then there are times that they're just ready to go ahead and buy or ready to go ahead and inquire. And you want to make sure that you can account for that in your design. Here's a really fascinating statistic that I think will make your designs more powerful if you think like this. Generally, when people arrive at your website, 70% of that decision is already made to inquire with you. Oftentimes, people have gotten conditioned, and this, of course, sort of varies depending on the industry that you're building websites for. But generally, consumers in all types of industries are doing a significant amount of research online. And so when they arrive at a website, they're probably about 70% there. They know that they're going to inquire. They know that they're going to actually move forward. They're just trying to sort of decide who, or maybe the right sort of approach to making that first inquiry, or just even getting up the nerve or the courage to sort of make that first inquiry. So keep in mind, sometimes we over-design websites thinking that we have to take everybody through that full funnel. And really, our designs can get better for lead generation if we already assume that they probably already know a lot about the products and services that you offer. So when we're thinking about kind of lead generation in general, particularly online, I think there's some fundamental principles that are important to keep in mind if you're really driven towards wanting to convert that visitor into an inquiry. And again, that could be a web form fill out, could be a phone call, could simply be them dropping you an email, depending on what you're doing. But there are really 4 pieces that you're trying to put together in that design. You're trying to obviously have a purpose. So each and every page on your website should should have a very specific purpose. What do you want that web visitor to do? That could be just simply read the information, maybe add it to their research. In some cases, maybe you want them to actually share it on social media. You might want them to actually sign up for your email list. You might want them to call you. Again, knowing very specifically if there's one thing that you want that person to do, what is that? And then, of course, once you have that purpose, creating absolute focus and clarity. And that means oftentimes stripping away a lot of other distractions on that page. Maybe stripping away some of the stock photography. That's a really common one that we use to convert more, is just kind of pull out that nonsensical imagery that's on there. It might be just making it really bold or a larger font for that opening sort of statement or purpose. Ultimately, there's a lot of things that can help with the focus and clarity on the page. And then that's sort of getting that 70%, that person that's 70% the way there, getting away all of that distraction and letting them inquire with you. But then after that, and again, you're going to see this in the patterns that we talk about later, go ahead and give them that strong supportive base as we move through. So you want to have other articles that will support research. You want to, even on that same page, you might want to have some additional, some trust factors, some credibility items, some additional content that makes them feel good about making that decision with you. So those are kind of the 4 fundamental laws and principles that go into sort of converting an individual visitor or traffic. We want to take that then to, okay, what needs to be on the page? So as we get to the more technical portion of this, when we're designing or we're developing, what are kind of those core items that need to be on the page? And really, you can think about this as we go from top to bottom. Here are a few things that we want to make sure that are on the page, because they're going to help that individual make a decision. Of course, there's the navigation. We're going to talk about this and how potentially, the navigation before, we used to put a bunch of stuff in there. It's usually the most political part of a design. If you're designing for a large organization, everybody wants to be in the primary navigation. But you want to think about that specifically. Often simpler is better. Focus is better, but you want to always provide that navigation so they don't feel, I'm not a big proponent of squeeze pages. You want them to feel like they can kind of move around, or they can get out of where they're at or get back to where they started. I've highlighted this one, probably the most important and honestly the most often left out of the design, is there needs to be some offer. You need to actually offer that visitor something of value. That could be offering a lead magnet, some more information. It could be offering them the benefit of getting a guided tour or a demo. Could be the benefit of just working more closely with a professional, maybe a loan officer or an attorney. So make sure that you're being very clear. Sometimes we think we're being salesy and we don't actually make an offer. There needs to be something of value there. Otherwise, you're just wasting that visitor's time. Once we have that initial offer, this is the purpose of the page, then we start to build out the rest of the story. So the story, the headlines, the copy, the call to action. How do you get to that offer? What do you need to do? Do you need to submit something? Do you need to call me? Do you need to give me your email? That call to action. Of course, some mechanism to capture the lead. Oftentimes that's a web form, but more and more, especially with mobile devices, they're so easy. People are making phone calls now more often, and they're just actually clicking the phone and dialing. So sometimes your lead capture could be as simple as listing a phone number. Of visuals that are intentional, not just the random stock photography or the fake pictures of your office environment, which people know we don't have anymore. And so careful with those visuals. Credibility and trust, other clients, maybe some case studies, some other factors that will help them feel comfortable moving forward with your business. The footer, this is where we talked more and more about sort of the upside down navigation, where oftentimes we're taking all that political space at the top, because people do scan all the way through pages now because of mobile devices and those sorts of things, really loading up the footer and putting all of those extra anchors and resources down there in the footer. Okay. The homepage versus a landing page. when we're putting together a lead generation site, it's really important to understand the roles of these two. And probably the most fundamental misconceptions first is not everybody starts on the homepage. And in fact, most of your traffic will never see your homepage. So really, there's two different types of visitors that will arrive at a landing page, meaning the very first page. This could be a blog post, it could be actually a landing page. But that very first page that they kind of arrive at, often from a search versus a homepage, where a lot of times this is direct or referral traffic, or someone referred them to you and they end up on the homepage. So those are very different sort of visitors. So here's the difference between those two. So when we start to look at the designs here, we'll know why we did different things. On the homepage, oftentimes that visitor is in the process of sort of problem discovery. They've got a sense that they need something, but they're not really sure exactly what the problem and solution set is. And so they're doing some research just to refine the problem they're dealing with and figuring out how they might go about solving it. You need to build some goodwill with them. You need to start to give them a sense of your brand, start to stick in their mind that credibility and trust. Again, oftentimes these are referrals or direct, or they've come from some other sort of reference on the web. And so when you get there, you want to assure them that, hey, we're really competent, we're very strong at what we do, and build up the credibility and sort of that brand awareness. And then ultimately, because they're on the homepage and they're probably at the very top sort of that funnel or cyclone phase, you want to give them the roadmap. And you're going to see some examples of this. I go back, and maybe this shows my age, the sort of the choose your own adventure books. Your homepage really should be a reflection of that, and give them identifiers and visuals that say, hey, if you're this type of person or you're looking for this sort of thing, then head this direction, and start to segment that traffic off. A landing page, most all of that activity that I just talked about has already been accomplished when you arrive at the landing page, because they probably came out of a search engine. So they've done several searches, they've refined it, maybe they've been to some other places. And so when they actually come to the landing page, this is definitely your visitor who has made 70% of their decision. You just simply want to confirm that yes, this is a problem, and we are the people to solve that problem. Again, you want to continue with that credibility, show them some other things like that. And then ultimately, you're driving towards the conversion, not showing them a roadmap. So you want to say, hey, you're here, you're in the right place, we're the best people to do it, and here's how you get a hold of us and start the process. Okay, so let's compare and contrast these. Now, this is a relatively sort of busy slide, but if we look over here on the left, this is our home page. And I like to use wireframes because it takes all the other distractions out of here. But some major elements of my home page here are, I've got the navigation. Everything sort of in orange is sort of a conversion action or something I might track for conversion. So you can see the homepage has a lot of different sort of paths that they can take, because again, we're sort of trying to segment them off into the right place. It's slightly denser. It doesn't have a direct inquiry usually, and we're just trying to kind of get them into the right places. So you might have some product demos, you might have some videos, you might have a case study, you might just simply tell them who you are, some blog posts. Again, as we look down here, this is what I talk about, the sort of upside down navigation. This is what my footer looks like, a little denser than maybe your typical sort of subtle footers that a lot of times websites use, and we're using less and less. If you go to the right, we're looking at a landing page. And really all of the activity that I'm concerned about from a landing page for lead generation is really happening right here. This is my person that's 70% there. So I don't sort of give them all of this. Above the fold, all I'm doing is telling them who I am, and what I do and how I do that different or better, and then give them an easy way to inquire with me. And this takes some different forms, but the pattern is basically the same. And then the rest of this page is simply to reassure them that they're making the right decision by inquiring with me. So maybe these are some logos, some credibility features, maybe have a little bit of a teaser or product demo. I might have an email sign up. A lot of times, again, you see, here's my primary call to action, but my second secondary, hey, if I can't quite get you to inquire with me, maybe I'm going to collect an email and just start to nurture you along. So that's kind of a secondary, lower friction sort of conversion. And then, of course, the rest of the page, I can make these really long, and I'm just piling up additional resources and additional reasons for you to sort of stick with me and move forward or feel comfortable about I'm trying to be a transparent provider. So now let's look at some very specific examples. And these are examples in the wild. I'm going to switch back and forth between wireframes and just examples in the wild so that you can see, even though I'm using the same pattern set, the same sort of psychology, they can actually look very different. So oftentimes when I'm talking to my designers, they're like, oh, you're making us design the same page over and over again. It really doesn't have to be like this. This is when the creativity really kicks in, because you want to use the pattern, but make it look unique on the web. So in this case, this is a home page. You can see I have all kinds of different opportunities to self-segment as a user and really find, this is an insurance site, and really find sort of specifically what I'm looking for, segment, and then I'm going to probably land into a landing page. But if I've gone ahead and done a search, and I know that I'm looking for insurance or I'm looking for a rate quote, this is the type of page that I will land in. And you can see, just like my pattern, let's get right down to business. You're in the right place. You can compare quotes. You can get your life insurance here. There's no question. Whereas over here, you know, I don't even see like, oh, there's my life insurance, right? So you can see how these are very different. So I've got 8 different choices here. And in this case, I've got sort of one choice. Here's another example from the mortgage industry, slightly more subtle, but you can see I do have a couple different paths here. So that's my home page. This is actually an interior sort of landing page, higher level category. And then if I come off of search, I've got one thing to do, and that's just to get going and go forward with my loan application. Now, already we've seen quite a bit of complexity as I've shown you some different patterns, and we've only talked about home pages and landing pages, but it's easy for you to get overwhelmed, especially as you look on the web and you see all the different ways people are doing this. But honestly, really, there's only kind of 2 types of pages that you'll build as you're building out a brand new theme or a brand new website. You're going to have a set of pages, which are audience building pages. And so these, again, are more sort of research oriented. They're to kind of gather in the audience to make them feel comfortable that you're there, you're trustworthy, trying to give them good information. And then there's a second type of page that you will generate or design, and that's the action page. And those pages need to be very focused, very clear, and need to drive straight towards a conversion. So you don't have to kind of get overwhelmed with these. As you're building out that purpose for each one of those designs that you might be making, just think about which one of this, am I just trying to have a conversation and build an audience here, or do I need to get a lead out of this? Do I need to convert once I've got them here? That's my action page. And again, reusing those patterns over and over again will allow you to just drop them into templates and make, you know, one of those 2 pages. All right, so let's build some pages for the last 10 minutes or so. And I'm going to literally sort of walk you down through how to build some pages. And again, these are wireframes with these patterns. And then I'm going to show you, again, some of these patterns in the wild. If we go here, we're talking about sort of instant lead capture. There's a couple different ways that we can go at this. I used essentially the same pattern, but you can then do some different things. I can do kind of the traditional primary navigation here, or I can do the hamburger menu. We've got some kind of interesting ways. If you go to kaleido.com, you can see we actually just use the hamburger menu, and we slide over. We focus on getting that lead there as well. So both of these are kind of slight variations of that pattern. And there's where we can start to use some of our creativity. Maybe we lay out our logos here, have a little video going on here. This is a pattern that we use on some of our pages where you maybe put a case study. It's an actually, if you go to the Rochester WordCamp link that I showed you, kind of use this pattern here where I've given you, hey, this is what the download looks like. And just go ahead and grab it with this button, maybe a little bit of call to action here. This is kind of interesting. If you are using a case study or building a case study page underneath that lead generation portion, you can show your logos in groups. And so we built carousels sometimes where we say, oh, here's all of our mortgage lenders, and you can swipe through that, get a different case study. Oh, here's all of our law firms. And so you can kind of do some interesting things here versus just putting a whole bunch of logos in that normal carousel. So you can see I'm using the same pattern, but I can use a lot of creativity to create a lot of different types of pages. Oftentimes, we are looking for a secondary call to action. So this is high friction, a little bit of high anxiety. I know as soon as I fill this form out, I'm going to be talking to a salesperson. So give them a couple different other options. I love the case study where people can just walk away with a slide presentation, or and they can pass it around their organization, especially if you're making bigger purchases. If that client's making sort of bigger purchase decisions, oftentimes there's a committee that has to make that decision. So let them walk away with a PDF, and then they can email it around their office, get consensus, and then come back to you. It's a powerful sort of secondary action. Doesn't involve sales yet. It's not scary for them, but they can build that internal consistency. Getting on your email list so they can just sort of hear you and see you over time and build some sort of anonymous rapport with you is another great opportunity. Sharing the way you think, the philosophy, the approach that you take. This is where you can load up some of your blog posts in this type of style, building that credibility. And then the upside down header that we've talked about is everything that you haven't been able to say that potentially people want to know about you, maybe your about pages, other contact pages. If you're in a regulated sort of industry, there's a lot of regulatory language and legal language that can go down here. But that's a good place to really load that up without having to get in those political discussions of sticking everything at the top and finding room for it. All right, some quick examples. And again, this is where I want to really kind of show you that you can get super creative by using the same patterns over and over again. So here's your classic lead magnet or download an ebook. In this particular case, you're given a name and an email, and you're going to get this little thing. Again, using the same sort of pattern here. Here's a slightly different one, right? I'm actually going to get this book, but I'm going to take in a little bit more robust lead, and I'm actually going to start you down that process. And so filling out maybe a multi-step form. Again, you can see both of these are done slightly different, but you see, again, you've got the lead capture up here. You've got the credibility that you're building down below to make sure you're really going to get something, maybe what it looks like, maybe even a bullet list of maybe what would be in there. So that's the credibility phase of that pattern. Here's a simpler one. This is sort of the SaaS model. Again, we're using the same pattern, but because this industry is slightly different, you're signing up for software as a service, or maybe a tool you use like Slack. In this case, they use the same sort of approach, right? Who we are and what we do, how we do it better, and then let's just go ahead and get you started to trying this tool. And so instead of the form, they're actually having you hit the button, and then you're going to move into sort of that lead acquisition, or in this case, that product buy. So you can use the same format. In this one, they don't ask for any information here. They're going to start with your email, and they're going to kind of move you through that onboarding process. So again, same pattern, radically different designs. Here's another one. We kind of saw this on a couple of them before, but again, we're going to say, this is what we do, this is how we do it better, and we're going to take that initial piece of information to get you started. This is really popular in sort of more robust lead generation industries. This is kind of where we work a lot. Mortgage leads, insurance leads, attorney leads. We're going to start with something really simple at the beginning, and then we're going to do a multi-step form. But this is, again, we're going to use this pattern. We're going to move them through. Maybe we're going to ask them 20 questions. We're going to do it very rapid and make it super easy and frictionless for them to move through that. This is that ultimate frictionless experience. And if you've ever applied for a mortgage or maybe insurance, you've seen this. This is a pattern we use over and over again. It's, again, the multi-part form, but we made it even simpler. You're not going into fields and filling things out. We're actually giving you kind of yes, no decisions, and you're just clicking. And these are actually radio buttons. And we're using them in a totally different way. We're just allowing you sort of one decision, like a radio button. You pick which one it is, then it quickly moves you to the next step. And again, we can get people, whereas kind of the prevailing wisdom is I can't get you to fill out a long form with 20 pieces of information, some of them sensitive. This is a perfect way to do this. We regularly collect 15, 20 pieces of information, a lot of it relatively sensitive, and we can do it very quickly and make people kind of pull through this form rapidly. So again, same sort of pattern, just a slightly different design. All right, a few other patterns here for the last couple of minutes, just so you can kind of rapid fire see these. This is, again, the email collection, lead magnet. Again, you can see quite different experiences here. Again, this is where your design creativity can really come in. This is sort of the influencer acquisition campaign email. So you're going to put the influencer front and center. You're going to give them sort of a more personal tone to that acquisition. We're going to take in that email. Here's a very classic one for downloading an ebook. In some of these, in this particular one, we kind of represent a public policy sort of place. This is sort of a heady research place. And so we can give a little bit more context to what you're actually going to get. And then we can take a relatively lengthy form here. But again, you've got to have some mechanism to allow them to give you that information that will produce a lead. So often you'll see sites where they just say, oh, here's something that you can get. Here's a bunch of information about it. But they don't really make it easy for you to put your information in and become a lead. This is becoming increasingly popular, the video or the demo, where you kind of let them know what they're doing, maybe even start the sales pitch to some degree, and then get enough confidence in that web visitor to actually fill out the web form. So again, another very popular iteration of that same scenario. Here's another one. This is one that we're using more and more, and especially for you that are developers and designers, letting people walk away with a case study of the type of work you've done and the type of results you've brought. And then what we're doing, and again, this is a representation, you're going to see a page very similar to this if you go to the Rochester page. I'm going to let you walk away with that without any email. You can email me with questions. You can sign up to my newsletter. But in order to get the piece of collateral, the case study, the thing that I want you to take away, I want you to sit on your website, I want to bother you a little bit because you kind of look through this and I should really reach out to Bill. I want you to walk away with that for free. I want you to spread it around. I want you to email it to your friends and colleagues. I want you to email it out as a referral. So making that initial thing just a free giveaway, and then give them some other opportunities to give you more detailed information. So the pattern, like I said there, that we're testing, case study and call to action, got a proven framework. We've got something that works. It works over and over again in this industry, and then doing some industry specific sort of organization of those case studies. Again, something, if you're a freelance designer or you're an agency, I encourage you to try this case study approach. It works like crazy. We get people calling us back, said, oh yeah, I've got your case study or your presentation, and I downloaded it 3 or 4 months ago and now I'm calling you. I think this is probably kind of where we'll end, but don't forget about your blog content, right? So often we're publishing blog content and we're really not putting those lead generation factors inside of the content itself. So by going in here and doing these little sort of mini lead generation patterns, these lead conversion elements, you can do these with Gutenberg blocks, sort of giving them away. Don't waste that opportunity when they're coming in there with your blog content. Category pages, another sort of way. This is just an aggregation of all that, but there's tons of credibility on this page. Make sure you get that lead conversion element piece in there. Build a little content block. That's a great way to do that. Okay, how can I help? What are your questions? Again, there's that URL up there, but I'll open it up. And Chad, do we got any questions?
We do. We have a question. I want to say thank you. It was slightly different than the one I saw, which is awesome. I really enjoyed it. Looking through the chat and the questions. So Trevor has a question. Should I have different landing pages for different types of customers?
So there's maybe 2 questions in there, and I'll try to kind of answer both of them. So when you're designing the landing pages and you have different customers, obviously those designs can be different. You can still use the same pattern, and this is what can make you really efficient as a designer, is using that same pattern and just giving it sort of a slightly different aesthetic or maybe a layout, or using obviously the different customers. So from customer to customer, obviously the designs, and you can even see in the examples I used in the live, the one between Policy Genius and State Farm will look totally different, but they could be using the same exact pattern. If you're talking about the same client, but different landing pages on their website, actually, I'm a big believer in templates. So lock down the consistency of that design for your landing page. And then for that customer, even though you'll want different landing pages for different services or different products, I believe in those looking almost exactly the same, but just having slightly different elements. And so again, we do this. If you look at some of my other WordCamp presentations, every one of those landing pages looks exactly the same, but the content is different. So hopefully I covered either way you were asking that question.
Thank you. I actually have a question. You may have mentioned this, but do you have a theme that you can get from like ThemeForest that will do this stuff?
Well, I will say, I'll be honest with you, we only do custom themes now. And so it's been a while since I've really kind of dug through there trying to find a theme that will work with my client. So I would say generally we don't see that sort of thing. If you get into specific industries and do those searches in ThemeForest, sometimes you will find some themes that are trying to, so if you're trying to get a law firm theme, you're probably going to find some that have at least the ability to put forms on pages and make them look good and that sort of thing. But I would say generally there's still, ideally if you want to really grow your value to clients, figuring out how to build custom themes is really powerful. If you can't do that, using something like Elementor or WP Bakery or something, so you can kind of visually build these. That's a way to do that. There's some performance challenges with that, but if you're not quite there yet for custom themes, you can do things like that so that you can actually sort of page builder style build out these pages. So that's probably what I would start with, depending on kind of what your level of expertise is.
Yep, that's what I do. Yep. And it's like we've gotten to the point where you can use the same. I know you do custom themes every time, but like I used to be like, I got to get a different theme for every client.
Yep.
But no, it's get a template and design the content differently around the same structure.
Yeah, and that's a huge, great suggestion. If you are if that's what you're doing, get the one you're comfortable with, become an expert at it, and you can really kind of make that thing hum for you without having to do the custom route. So that's a really good point you make.
Thanks. I think that there's no questions because you are extremely thorough and well versed in what you are saying. I mean, everything you said makes sense. We have some time, but I don't think the chat moderator is asking if there's any questions. I don't see any more. I think we are safe to wrap it up. Your slides are going to be available, right? The link is there on the YouTube. Everybody watching, there is a link there. Check out his website, check out those slides.
Yep. And don't be shy. You use any of my contact information, don't be shy. I'm happy to answer one-off things. You can pick my brain. I don't get offended. Some people do, but I like the engagement, so.
Awesome. Thank you, Bill.
All right.
Thanks for coming on. Have a good one. And,
thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bye. All right. So that was Bill with designing websites that generate leads. If you'd like to continue the discussion, you can hop over to the Slack channel at #WCRock-2020-attendees. You can head over to wprochester.com/feedback to provide feedback on this session as well. I want to remind you that we have a fun after party planned for this, so be sure to stick around for closing remarks and join in the fun after the last session, which is the next one. Both of the after party and closing remarks will be in track 1. Just a reminder to check out the happiness bar to ask your WordPress related questions or offer your WordPress related expertise, and also check in on the sponsor rooms. Join us back here at 4:45 for Cups, Community, and Coffee Talk. Lessons learned over 100+ episodes of WP Coffee Talk with Michelle Frechette, or join us in track 1 for How to Move Others and Inspire Positive Change with Tara Johnson. Looking forward to those. We'll see you here at 4:45. Hello, WordCamp Rochester. Welcome back. Welcome to Cups, Community, and Coffee Talk. Lessons learned over 100 plus episodes of WP Coffee Talk with Michelle Frechette. It's our last official session of the day, but it was a great day, right? This is going to be a great one to wrap up. I love Michelle. I know you all do too. Before I introduce Michelle, who you know, I'd like to remind you that following this are closing remarks, and then be sure to join us for a fun after party right over in a new Zoom room. So if somebody could drop the link where they need to so the you guys can get it. It's not in track 1, it's in a new Zoom room, the after party. WordCamp Rochester has some great sponsors this year, as you all know. Right now, we'd like to thank WP Engine, Bluehost, and Nexus, a liquid web brand. Let's dive right into our session by introducing Michelle. Michelle has an MBA in marketing, e-commerce, and information systems. She is the head of customer success for Impress.org, developers of GiveWP and WPBusinessReviews.com. Michelle is the author of A Good Firm Handshake, and Other Essential Business Tips. That's available on Amazon.com. She's also the podcast barista at WPCoffeeTalk.com. Say hi to Michelle on Twitter and check out her website at worksbymichelle.com. I have a lot of fun with Michelle on Twitter. Definitely check her out. Without further ado, our last session of the day, here's Michelle.
Hi there, it's good to see everybody. Well, pretending I'm seeing everybody in this virtual space that we have. So just a quick note about the introduction. I did write a book called A Good Firm Handshake and Other Essential Business Tips, but the subnote of that is it was written before COVID, so maybe read the other chapters, but go light on the one about handshaking. Anyway, it's good to see you all here. Happy to be here. Rochester is my hometown, and I'm happy to represent right here in Rochester. So let's get into it. Cups, Community, and Coffee Talk. Lessons that I have learned in the last a little over a year and over 100 episodes of interviewing people in the WordPress space. So how it all began. So in May 2019, I thought to myself, wouldn't it be fun to learn to podcast? A few years before that, and I think it was 2017, I was in Portland, Maine at WordCamp Portland, and I had gone with my best friend up there to check it out. And we sat in a session on podcasting. And I thought to myself forever, it would be so cool back in my freelance days if one of my customers, one of my clients had wanted to podcast, I had all this information that I could share with them. And so none of them did. Nobody wanted to be a podcaster. And so it kind of sat in the back of my head for a couple of years. And being the kind of person that likes to challenge myself to learn new things, I thought, well, maybe I could learn to podcast. Maybe I'll get a few episodes and then it'll probably die a sad little painful death, because who would want to listen to it? Who would want to be on it? Who would want to, partner with me and let me tell their WordPress stories? But I did it anyway. So I launched a WordPress website. I launched a podcast. The following Tuesday, I was like, oh, by the way, work team, I launched a podcast over the weekend. So, just kind of be on the lookout for that. By June, I launched it actually at the very last week of May. Within the first weekend, oh, by the way, I launched on a Friday. Don't do that because that's really scary. But I launched on a Friday and I put it out there to the world. And it was one of those, if you build it, they will come. Oh, no, they won't if you don't tell them about it. And so I thought, well, I should probably make a Twitter account for this. And of course, WP Coffee Talk was available because nobody thought of it before. So I started a Twitter account and I tweeted about that account from my own account and thought, again, if I get some, modest following, that would be fun. By the time I checked it on Monday morning, I had over 200 followers. And by the end of Monday, I had 4 people already sign up to be guests on the podcast. So it was pretty exciting. By February of 2020, when I first did this talk back in Miami, there were over 100 episodes recorded and 61 published. Now I have still over 100 episodes recorded, but 88 published already this year altogether. And so I've been super excited to be able to just meet people. Literally blew. So what I do is I start every single episode the same way. Welcome to the next episode of WP Coffee Talk, where I get to talk to people in the WordPress community all over the world. And so far, we're hitting the world. So I've spoken to people in the United States and Canada for sure, of course, but Romania, the UK, Spain, France, Israel, the Netherlands, Pakistan, India, Germany, you can read them. It's been absolutely mind-boggling how many people all over the world not only are interested in sharing their story with me, but are so passionate about WordPress. I knew this community was a passionate community, but to have so many people take interest in other people's work and help them along and want to be connected has been really heartwarming. So the format for the podcast is an average of 40 minutes. Sometimes it's 23 or 24 minutes. Sometimes it goes over an hour. It really depends on who I'm talking to and how much they have to say. And I do try to keep it to about 40 minutes, but some of those conversations just have a mind of their own and continue to go. And I never cut anybody off because honestly, I wouldn't want somebody to cut me off if I was telling my story. So I let it play out and I listen. And those are when some of the most amazing conversations happen. So I talk to, like I said, anyone in the WordPress community, anywhere, from any company, whether they're well-known or almost unknown. So I've spoken to people who have literally just started a business and are at the very beginning of learning WordPress. I've talked to the heads of major companies in the WordPress community, and I've talked to people who use WordPress for their business but aren't really don't consider themselves WordPressers. So everything in between, and it's kind of exciting to hear how people are connected and how they're using WordPress. But what's really cool is I ask every single person that's on my show the exact same set of questions. Almost anything goes. I call the show the Great Equalizer because whether you're somebody who is the CEO of Yoast or somebody who has started up their very first website, I ask you the same set of questions and everybody can learn from what it is that you have to say. And we're going to talk about some of those questions. Oh, by the way, I do reserve the right to not publish an episode. So if somebody were, it hasn't happened yet, but if somebody were to become inflammatory, I probably wouldn't publish that. And if somebody's audio cuts out too much or it's really hard to understand the recording, then I wouldn't publish that either. But I would give them the opportunity to re-record with me. So, so far I've published everything that I've been able to, and it's very exciting. So the first question I always ask is tell us about yourself and what you do. I've talked to freelancers, CEOs, project managers, designers, developers, research and development, marketers, agency owners, meetup organizers, lots of WordCamp volunteers, coaches, automaticians, and almost anybody in between. So lots and lots of different people who are involved in the WordPress, using WordPress all over the place and different levels of involvement in the community at large. So it's always exciting to me when I talk to somebody who's a developer versus somebody who's a designer versus somebody who's really into marketing or who's using their own website to promote their own business. So for example, I interviewed Nate Maingard, who is a troubadour. He is a singer who has some amazing music, and he's out of South Africa, and was able to do an interview with him and how he uses WordPress. Some of the questions I asked, he didn't have answers for, having never gone to a WordPress WordCamp or meetup before, but we did talk about lots of different ways that he connects with the community in other ways. So no matter who you are and how you use WordPress, you could be on my show. The next question I do is ask people to tell us about your mug and what's in your mug today. Now, a lot of people have a favorite mug. So I have probably 50 favorite mugs now, because when you have a coffee talk show, people mail you mugs all the time. So I started out with about 8 of my own mugs. I have over 50 mugs now that are here in the office. Every day I get an opportunity to choose a different mug. Some of them are my favorite Wonder Women mugs. And some are, businesses that send me their mugs to use on the show as well. So it's a lot of fun that way. Everybody has a favorite mug. If they don't, they just grab whatever's closest to them and use it that way. Some of them have stories to tell, which are also fun. But I asked them what's in your mug today, and let me tell you, it's almost never coffee. A lot of people drink tea or water, sometimes soft drinks or wine cocktails, bourbon, pretty much anything goes. I actually had beer in my mug not too long ago, and I used a mug that my mother brought back. It was actually a beer stein she brought back from Germany in 1966. It was very uncomfortable to drink from, but I did it, and it was a lot of fun. Then I asked people, how did you get started with WordPress? And honestly, so many people say, I just kind of fell into it. There's different ways that we all kind of discover WordPress. Some people have learned it in school or had to learn it for a job. One person said they spent literal weeks researching the right CMS for their agency. So lots and lots of different ways, but a lot of people just say, you know, I just kind of fell into it. What is something that you think people skip or don't focus enough on when building sites that would make them, as in make the sites, better sites for the end user? A lot of us think about accessibility, and that really makes me happy because so much of the website, of the web and the internet is inaccessible still. So to focus on accessibility has been pretty awesome. Also designing for the visitor, not for the site owner. Design architecture, so understanding what the best way to build the site so that it works the right way. A lot of people have commented on the fact that you land on a website and you kind of don't understand what the call to action is. Site security is important, of course, color, fonts, aesthetics. When you think about all those things, every single one of them is important. And the fact that so many of us are focusing on the right things when it comes to web design actually makes me pretty happy. I also am happy that when people are listening to the show, they're thinking about things that they might not have thought about before. So maybe they focus on accessibility, but they hadn't really thought about designing for the visitor, or that they really need to think about menu order or the missing call to action. So the fact that people can learn from what others are sharing also makes me happy as a podcaster. What's something you wish you had known earlier in your WordPress journey that might have made things a little easier for you along the way? Backups. I can't tell you how many people have stories where they lost a whole site because they didn't have a backup. Using child themes, staging sites, knowing about the community earlier. So many people have said, I wish I'd known that there was this giant community that was there to support me. That there's a plugin for that. So many things that you don't have to write code yourself, that there is a plugin to do what you might want it to do. That you're not alone. So many different ways to think about important things to get you started and to keep you going. So many people, for example, that child theme idea, that the fact that if you don't use a child theme, you could be overwriting code that you don't want to overwrite, that you want to have those backups, but also that there are people out here willing to help you. Thinking about WordCamps or meetup experiences, what's something that was a pivotal or inspiring moment for you? A lot of the people will say meeting a specific person. So whether it was meeting, Chris Lemma or Nathan Ingram, or somebody that they kind of think of as a WordPress celebrity, those are things, or somebody that they follow on Twitter, for example, that has been something that's been inspirational for a lot of people. Giving their first talk at a WordCamp is something that often is both scary and exciting. Hearing a speaker tell us something new, something that we didn't know. Learning something that we didn't know at a WordCamp. And usually those fill in the blanks are where stories really happen. So somebody will say, it was my dream to meet Chris Lemma. And they'll start talking about their meeting with Chris Lemma and how he was such an amazing person and had so much information to share. Or Nathan Ingram, and how, wow, the guy was like just down to earth and a real human being. And so when you think about the fact that we're all just people, and being able to talk to people at a WordCamp or a meetup just makes us all kind of aware of the fact that no matter who we are in the community, we're all human beings working on this together. So then I ask people, tell us about your work. And usually it's something WordPress related, but like I said, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a singer in South Africa who gets to tell me about the work that he does and how he makes his money by having ways for people to become patrons right through his website. And that's how he actually subsidizes his living. And he doesn't have to do anything else. He can create the music that he loves because he has a WordPress website. I mean, how inspirational is that? Other people talk about creating sites for other people. So they're agency owners, they're freelancers, or they're plugin developers, any kind of part about that. And then, of course, the people who work for Automatic, whether they are community builders or happiness engineers, everybody seems pretty passionate about what they do. Then I get into what I call the rapid fire questions. I took this whole idea from Inside the Actors Studio with James Lipton. And at the end, he always asks the same set of questions to people. And that's kind of where I came up with the whole format. But at the end, he asked them a little more rapid fire type questions. So things like, if there is a God, what do you want to hear him say when you enter the pearly gates? And questions like that. But I make sure that mine are more WordPress related for the most part. So I do ask, what are 2 to 3 must-have plugins you would recommend to someone building their own website? Some people are not afraid to name names, so they will come right out and say the name of a plugin. Others, because of their position in the WordPress community, for example, if they work for Automatic, might just say, instead of saying a specific backup plugin, they might say it's good to have a backup plugin. And so the answers kind of vary along the way. But I will tell you the number one answer people tell me is Yoast, that having an SEO plugin, and they do specifically name Yoast for the most part, is super important because you can build that website, but if you don't have a way for people to know about it, they're not going to find it. So make sure that you have something like SEO. And then WordFence, or a security plugin, is a close second because you want to make sure that not only have you created great content and people can find it, but that you're protecting it. Gravity Forms is a close third. And then we get into more things like a good caching plugin, a good backup plugin. People will say Give WP. I think it's because I work there that they might point that one out, or the fact that you can see it over my shoulder when I'm talking to them for the most part. But if you, but they do say if you're looking for donations, that's a good one. One person said that their favorite plugin was the one that makes the dashboard pink, so that they could actually enjoy the experience of working with WordPress. So at first it made me laugh with her, and she was laughing too. But the whole point was that your dashboard it's like your office. So if you want to make your dashboard someplace that's fun to work, go for it. That's not a bad investment then. Whether it's a free plugin or not, it's a good use of technology if it makes you happy where you work. Then I ask, did you have a mentor when you started with WordPress or at any point in your WordPress journey, and who was it? And some people talk about specific mentors. Most people have not had a traditional mentor relationship, but they do have people that they look up to and people that they emulate and learn from on a regular basis, whether that person's aware of it or not. And so that's been kind of fun to hear those different answers too. Like I said, most have said no, but then they do go on to tell me about people that they enjoy learning from. Like I said, they cite somebody that they try to emulate. Almost everyone says it's a good idea to have a mentor. And I think many people would agree with that. If you have somebody you can learn from so that you don't have to make those beginner mistakes and those mistakes along the way, it just saves you a whole lot of heartbreak, time, and money. And then a lot of people say Nathan Ingram. Nathan is somebody that a lot of people look up to. The way he runs business and the way he works in WordPress and the way he works with community are truly inspirational to a lot of people. Then I ask, who is somebody that you admire in the WordPress community and why? And sometimes people are afraid to say anybody because, well, if I say this person, then other people might get upset I didn't mention them. So sometimes I tell them they can have a couple if they want to do that. But when hard pressed, they do come up with some people that they admire. And like I said, they say, I can't narrow it down. There are so many. And I say, well, give me one or two. And the top person that people will say is Matt Mullenweg. And I think that's not unexpected when he is the leader, so to speak, right? So he's the head of Automatic and WordPress, so he's our leader. And they just admire the community and the product that he has spearheaded. Funny little story is I sometimes forget that there's a million Matts in the world. And one of them is one of my bosses, Matt Cromwell. And so I asked this question, I said, who's somebody you admire and why? And they said, well, I've got to say Matt. And I said, oh, Matt Cromwell. And they said, well, Matt Mullenweg, but Cromwell's good too. And so that made me laugh. A lot of people have cited the community as a whole, the community lead team for what they do. A lot of people have said me, but I think that's because they're staring at me through their computer. But really, they do just name people all over the community. And it's really nice that it's not just one person, but that there are so many people that you can look up to in the WordPress community and be inspired by. And then I ask, what's something you want to learn in WordPress that you haven't tackled yet? And a lot of people say PHP. So a lot of designers like me, people who are really good at using WordPress, haven't necessarily dived into code yet. They think about things like PHP and JavaScript would be good things to learn. React is another big one, especially a lot of developers have told me, I haven't started using React yet, but I want to get into building with React. And then a lot of people say Gutenberg, whether it's to build with it, to use it, to design it, to develop with it. A lot of people are like, I still have to dive into that Gutenberg thing. And then other people have said things like project management or marketing. And so it's not just necessarily the code that people are interested in learning to do more with WordPress, but everything that goes with using WordPress in your business. This is one of my favorite questions because this is, of all the questions, the great equalizer. Everybody makes mistakes. All of us have made mistakes. I've made some pretty big mistakes in WordPress in the past. I had to find ways to undo what I did or rebuild what I lost. And so this is one of my favorite questions to ask. And a lot of people mention the white screen of death, that it's panicky when you first see that and not have an idea of how to undo it. So if you ever hit the white screen and you need some help, I'm not sure I can help it. I can definitely point you in the right direction. So feel free to tag me. And then editing a live site that wasn't in staging, not using a child theme, editing core. I'm seeing a definite theme here, not having backups, and taking on too many projects at once, trying to juggle that. And I've told the story many times that when I first started freelancing, I thought I could sell websites pretty cheap. I could probably do, I don't know, 3 websites a week and charge $350 for a website. I learned very quickly that was not sustainable from an economic standpoint or from a Michelle actually survives a week standpoint. And so I was one of those people also. So it's easy to do, to think you can do more than you can, but take the time to do it. My favorite answer, though, came from Chris Wegman, where he said he killed over 20,000 websites in one single move at the hosting company where he was working. It took about 3 days to get them all back, but they did, and he still had a job at the end of it, so that was good. And there are those people that say, I can't think of anything, but when prodded, we can all think of something that we've done that's been a mistake. So of course, if I ask you what's the biggest mistake you've made, I have to counter that with what's your proudest WordPress moment. And this is where I let people really shine. A lot of people say publishing my first website was, anything after that didn't quite match when I push publish and I could say, hey mom, go look at this website and see what I built. You know, to my daughter or to my husband or to my spouse, look at what I created. It's out there for the whole world to see now. And the excitement that comes and the pride that comes with that. Getting my first plugin in the repository. Getting my first paycheck with WordPress. Speaking at a WordCamp. Meeting Matt Mullenweg. Launching my business. All of those things are super proud moments for people. Of course, there are lots of others. You have to go listen to 88 episodes to get them all. But there are a lot of different ways that we can be proud of the work that we're doing in WordPress, whether that's volunteering at a WordCamp, speaking at a meetup, or pushing publish on that first website. Pretty exciting stuff. Then I ask, if you weren't working in web or web technology, what's another career that you might like to attempt? And the answers are fun, because a lot of people say, oh, I'd probably be a teacher, a musician, a magician, a writer, stand-up comedy. I love that one. Food service. I loved this answer. I'd probably be an Uber driver. Okay. And a lot of people say, I really don't know, because this is what I love, and I love working in the job that I have. And then I ask, what's something on your bucket list? And the answers to this have been pretty fun too. Skydiving. A lot of people want to go skydiving. My answer to that is always, I'll be there on the ground when you land, but I'm not going up in that plane. Travel is obviously a big one. A lot of people want to travel, especially this year when we've been unable to travel because of the pandemic. Travel seems to be an even bigger topic of conversation as far as future plans. A lot of us want to write a novel, fly a plane, learn something new. So, of course, they specify what they want to learn. Some people want to learn to play the guitar or to paint, those kinds of ideas. And then some people say, I don't have a bucket list. I just do what I want to do. And my answer to that question is when very infrequently do people turn the tables and ask me questions, but I want to give a TED Talk. So if any of you have connections, hook me up. I want to do one of those. And then you never know what you're going to get when you ask this question, but show us or tell us about one of your hidden talents that the WordPress community might not know about. It's been crazy. I've had people do magic tricks, singing, playing the guitar or music. Somebody makes grocery lists, like epic grocery lists, and knows almost within the dollar how much they're going to spend when they get to the checkout. A lot of people want to do writing. Some people say they don't have anything. There's no hidden talents that they have. One person played the saxophone for me, and I just sat here and got serenaded too. That was pretty cool. One guy did some really crazy dancing for me. And I just have to say, Ben Pines from Elementor did the best Matt Mullenweg impression I have ever heard. If you want to hear it, you've got to go listen to his episode. Even if you just jump to the end, you will be blown away. Close your eyes and you hear Matt Mullenweg on the screen. And then, of course, I ask how we can find people online and on social media. I ask for their website, social handles, etc. And I do put on the website, every episode has its own post, and every post has the show notes. So you can watch it on YouTube, you can listen to it online, and you can get the show notes of where people work, where you can contact them, etc. Different answers to different questions that I've put in there, like how they would describe the WordPress community, and then what I have to say about them as well. So all that shows up in the show notes for those people. So my takeaways after over a year of podcasting and speaking to people all over the place: people love to talk about themselves, which makes my job super easy. And I try to make it really, really conversational and really comfortable and laid back. So even though it's technically an interview because I'm asking questions and they're giving me answers, we laugh, we joke, and we have so much fun. So people who are so nervous because it might be their first podcast, at the end, they always say to me, oh, wow, that was so much fun. I had a blast. And I've even had people say to me, I've been on so many podcasts, but yours was a blast and so much fun. And that's because I really do try to make it just be about them and let them tell their story to the rest of the community. What's interesting is that most people, I would say probably 60 to 70% of people have never listened to a single episode before coming on the podcast, which is fine. That's okay. But then they're surprised that I ask about the questions that I ask because they've never heard the format. So I started sending that in advance. And so when you do sign up for the podcast and I send you my link for the calendar, you also get a link for what to expect. And every single question I ask is on it. So if you ever decide you want to be on my podcast, make sure you read the questions in advance so that you can feel well prepared. International scheduling will always be a pain. I like to think of myself as an intelligent person, but time zones completely flummox me. And so make sure that you understand when you're signing up for. I have interviewed a lot of people who are literally on the other side of the world with sometimes 10, 12, 13-hour time difference. And so, it's the middle of their night, the middle of my day, et cetera. So just make sure that if you are going to do podcasting for yourself and you are doing what I do, that you have a better understanding of how international scheduling works and make your calendar available to people that wouldn't normally be able to meet you during your business day. People are generous and kind. The fact that in one weekend I had over 200 followers on Twitter, the fact that I have almost 2,000 followers on Twitter now for the podcast, that people keep signing up to be guests, that that I have sponsors, that I have people who just decide to be a patron and tip the barista. I have a tip jar on my website where you can tip the barista. And, I don't make a ton of money on it, but the fact that people want to thank me for the work that I do just by a simple $5, buy me a cup of coffee kind of thing has really touched me, because the generosity of people is just so far reaching, and you have no idea how kind people can be. Rendering video is incredibly time consuming. My old Mac didn't do it very quickly, and so I was spending upwards of 6 to 7 hours to render one 45-minute video. I was blessed this year. I was gifted with a MacBook Pro, and now that 7 hours might take an hour, so it's cut down my time dramatically. But even so, rendering video is still very time consuming, and uploading it to YouTube can be pretty time consuming too. So make sure you're on good Wi-Fi and that you have good editing equipment. Prepare for disaster, but prepare more for success, because sometimes you can have a good disaster plan, but you don't have a success plan, and you don't know what to do when suddenly so many people want to be on your show, and you have to figure out a way to schedule everybody and not kind of put people off, and make sure that everybody feels welcome. Go ahead and ask for sponsor money, ask for sponsors, get some people to help you cover the time that you are spending on it, but also equipment. So I have invested in good equipment. I have a Yeti microphone, and I invest in software to do, that video rendering and those kinds of things, so that it doesn't take as much time if I was trying to use free software, and I'm not as limited to those kinds of things. So getting that those sponsorship money actually allows me to be able to continue to do the podcast, as opposed to having to take a back seat on it when I can't afford the time to be able to do that. And like I said, add a tip jar to your site, because everybody can't be a sponsor necessarily, but certainly some people would like to at least be a patron and be able to thank you and show some gratitude for the work that you do. That's all my questions. That's all my talk for today. I do have my slides up at wpcoffeetalk.com/WCMIA. It didn't make sense to have to put up an entirely new page, so the same slides from Miami earlier this year. So if you want to have a chance to look them over again and take some information from them, please go ahead and visit the website there. I don't know if there's any questions. Chad, have we had any questions come in? You're muted, Chad.
Am I now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. That was like such a heartwarming presentation. The unity that you're shedding light on, like such unity in the community. And yeah, thank you for doing that.
Sure.
So our questions come from the same person, Taco Verdenschot, saying, I'm not seeing Belgium in the list that you covered. I think you should talk to the Belgian community too.
I think I should. So Taco, I think you need to go to wpcoffeetalk.com, apply to be on the show.
Yeah.
Let's fix that.
And then their second question was, who do you really want to have on your podcast but haven't asked yet?
That's a really good question. I really want to get Matt Mullenweg on the show, but I've asked him several times, so that doesn't exactly answer the question. So I have a 100th episode coming out soon. I would love to kind of slide him in there as the 100th episode. That'd be kind of fun. Other than that, I don't really pursue people to be on the show. I really want to tell the stories of people who'd like to share their story. And so, I think Matt and Josefa would probably be kind of feel good to have them on the show. But other than that, I'm just super stoked anytime anybody wants to be on the show.
Cool. There's a question coming in. I don't know if it's changing. Let me see. Okay, so do you have a talk about how to do the actual podcast well? How to actually...
How to be a podcaster? So I haven't put it together yet because I feel like I failed my way to success over the last year. So I almost feel like it'd be better to do a talk on how not to be a podcaster. But I am actually going to be putting together some information for next year. So hopefully maybe during one of the WordCamps next year, I'll be able to do something like that. And also I've been trying to put together a blog post that would talk about that a little bit too. But honestly, if you want to know how to do how to be a great podcaster, the best guidance that I can give you, number one is have the heart for it. Number two, make sure that you have enough information to continue. So for example, if you're not interviewing people, so you're just going to do a podcast of your own and you have 5 ideas, that's great. But 5 ideas is just, it's a vlog. It isn't a podcast, right? So you really have to think about whether it's something you can sustain over time. Number one, with information. Number two, with passion. Because if you lose your passion for it, that's when it starts to fall apart. So you want to make sure that you have those things. You can invest in good equipment. That all can come over time. But if you really want to learn how to be a good podcaster and you have those other things in place, visit Joe Casabona. So Joe Casabona, at Joe Casabona on Twitter, you can go to his website. He is the guru on how to do good podcasting. I'm always happy to answer questions about what I've done right and wrong. So you can always reach out to me. My DMs are always open on Twitter, or you can reach me through the WordPress Slack. I'm always happy to answer questions that way. But Joe Casabona really is the guy who can teach better than I can.
Awesome. Well, thanks for answering that. Barbie got a little mini talk right there about how to do a podcast. I definitely, yeah, you should put that together. It'd be really cool. I know I've signed up and I'm waiting for my time to get on. I can't wait to get on. I've checked out a few of them. It's really fun. And if there are any other questions, we got a few minutes left.
Great. Well, I'll let you kind of monitor that. I'll tell a couple little stories about some of the fun I've had interviewing with people. So I would say one of everybody's been a blast. Don't get me wrong. To highlight one does not diminish anybody else. But when I did speak to Marika van der Acht, she completely had me just absolutely laughing almost the whole time, because 2 of the things that she said really kind of touched me. One was she's the one who likes a pink dashboard. And that made me, it just made me smile. Like I said, your first thought is, why would you care? But the truth is that you work in WordPress all day, every day. It may as well look like you want it to look, and it might as well be something fun that you enjoy. And the other thing she said is she's actually writing a novel, and I think she's written most of it. And I said, oh, I'd love to read it sometime. And she said, well, it's in Dutch, so I can't really read it right away. But she's just very multi-talented, mother of 4 children and leading one of the biggest WordPress companies that there is, and so truly inspirational. And all of the people that I talk to are just amazing, that they, like I said, that they share their time with me and allow me to be part of telling their story out to the WordPress community is truly heartwarming. Absolutely.
Courtney PK says, great talk, Michelle. So cool to hear more about your podcast journey. Grateful for everything you do for the WordPress community.
Well, right back at you, Courtney, because, you are one of the people that has inspired me. My fun story about Courtney, and I don't know if I've ever told her this either, but I gave a talk at WordCamp San Diego 2.5 years ago. And it was the first time I'd gone outside of my region to do a word talk. I had just joined GiveWP and was working with them for just a few months. At that time, it was April. And I gave a talk on the hidden values of WordPress. So little things that most people aren't aware of, like, screen options and things like that. And so I'm up at the front and the room is packed. There's so many people in this room. And I didn't know who most of the people were by sight. I mean, I knew names, of course, but I didn't know who most people were by sight. And so I'm up there and I'm just doing my thing, and I've got my full hubris, confidence, everything going on. And afterwards, Kevin from my company, he's a developer, he's like, you even taught me something, and I thought I knew everything there was about WordPress, and that was awesome. And I was leaving to go back to our table, and Courtney introduced herself to me and said how much she appreciated some of the things that I'd included that were projects she'd worked on. And I thanked her and everything. And then I found out later who she was with WordPress. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I felt like I just stuck my whole foot in my mouth. But that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. So thank you, Courtney, for being so gracious.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Everybody loves you from what I've found, and you welcomed me. I just joined this Rochester community, and you welcomed me in a flash and gave me the opportunity to be here.
There you go. See, the WordPress, and it's not me, it's the WordPress community. And I think we all should be good stewards of our community and be welcoming to everybody that we can, for sure. And it's not everybody's talent to be kind of out there and gregarious or whatever. And some people are very quiet people, and that's okay too. But I love the fact that so many of us really do what we can to build the community that we have. So that's pretty exciting. And I'll say the people who have been on my show have inspired me. So there are things that I never thought I would do. I never thought I'd be a podcaster. I never thought, so many of the things that I work at the company that I work for, and that I do the things that I do, and that I get encouraged every day to kind of step outside of my comfort zone by this community, but in a very positive way. I decided a couple of months ago just to try my hand at deconstructing and reconstructing Hello Dolly into another plugin, and I created Hello Beautiful. And that whole process was just to learn a little bit, like the very shallow level of what it is to develop anything, and to have a better understanding of what it goes into development. And so I just kind of played with it one day and over my lunch hour, and I wrote a new plugin based on the steps that are actually part of Hello Dolly and how you can learn from it. And that Matt Mullenweg actually wrote the steps right in there, so that it's not like you have to figure it all out on your own. And so I was sharing it with my company. I'm like, hey, look what I did this thing. And then I said, I'm going to write about it so people can learn what I learned by doing this. And my company put a whole post together on I wrote a whole post that they published on what I learned from Hello Dolly. And then Matt Cromwell said, you should put it in the repository. And I'm like, no. He's like, try it. So this week I actually published my first plugin in the repository. And that's because of the people of this community that encourage me and challenge me and inspire me to do the things that I do here. I'm a 51, almost 52-year-old woman in the WordPress community in tech. I have an undergrad in religion and philosophy. I shouldn't be sitting where I'm sitting, but because of the people who've been in my life, I get to do what I never could have imagined in a million years would be my dream job, and that's working with people in WordPress. So this is kind of like my love letter back, is to have this podcast that gets to share those stories with people.
Oh, that is sweet. And Courtney responded and said, that is so sweet. Thank you for sharing that story.
She's a sweetheart.
And congratulations on the plugin. That's great.
Thanks.
Huge. I installed it, and it's like your little message is sitting there. I'm like, oh, Michelle's saying that Michelle is giving me a great phrase, and that's Michelle.
That's right. Yeah, because you hear my voice, because you know me.
Yeah.
But so Hello Beautiful, what it does, instead of the Hello Dolly lyrics, it gives you a positive reinforcement every time you log into your website. It might say, this is the best website I've ever seen, or you look fantastic today, or there's one word for you and it's splendiferous. And so those kinds of different things are built into that. And I changed up the CSS a little bit, so it's hot pink, it's bold, it's in your face, reminding you how awesome you are every time you look.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle, for your presentation. Everyone enjoyed it.
It's my pleasure.
I know. And I think we're going to wrap up. I'm going to do the outro, but...
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Bye, Michelle. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, that was such a sweet presentation, wasn't it? Let's see. All right. So yes, thank you, Michelle, for sharing the lessons you've learned through hosting 100+ episodes of WP Coffee Talk. If you would like to leave feedback about this session, you can head over to wprochester.com/feedback. We're going to be moving right into our closing remarks in just a few minutes, so head on over to track 1, and then please stick around for the after party, which it looks like, is bingo. That's in a Zoom room, so check the chat for that link. We've got the huge bingo party planned, so grab a drink and join us as a fun way to end our day together. Thank you for spending your day with us and with me. Thanks for having me. And all the speakers were amazing, and see you at the after party.